Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Never Letting Go by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. To my one and only. We were made for each other, and nothing will keep us apart. You are my world, and I've loved you since the moment I laid eyes on you. Nobody else holds a candle to you, and no one ever will. You are the peak of perfection and have inspired me to write pages of poetry. Someday I will read them all to you. I can't wait to see your expression when you realize how much I adore you. Every day I watch you, the way you move, the way your eyes sparkle when you laugh. Everything about you is mesmerizing. Even how your face hardens when you're determined. You are a work of art. But first I have to convince you that we're made to walk hand in hand. The perfect couple. We will be the envy of everyone else. Just you wait. You'll see how amazing life can be when we're finally united. My time is limited. You're getting married this weekend. I can't let that happen. I'll never let you go. All my love. Your one and only, even if you don't realize it yet. Chapter 2. The road seemed to go on forever, curving and winding among the trees. Flecks of sunlight illuminated spots of wildflowers growing among boulders and fallen trunks. Ariana pulled her attention from the forest to the GPS inside Damon's charger. Is this the right way? It looks like it, he said. That didn't sound convincing, especially considering they'd been on the same path for over 20 minutes. The evergreens on either side of the road seemed to reach to the sky, their bark covered with moss and gnarled feet clawing into the ground. Rays of sunlight penetrated the canopy, casting intricate shadow patterns on the car's hood. It helped calm her worries about being late. They hadn't left on time and had run into the start of Friday's rush hour traffic. Maybe there's another road and we missed it? Ariana asked. Rita said the venue is deep in the woods. I'd say this fits the bill. I can't argue that. Ariana pulled out her cell phone to text her friend, though she didn't expect Rita to reply right away, not when she was preparing for her wedding. No cell service. We're really far out here if there's no signal. Damon gave her a relaxed smile. It's going to be the perfect getaway weekend. Personally, I'm looking forward to some time alone with you. She grinned and nudged him. We always have time alone together. Not in a mansion-turned-hotel. I've heard the Ravenwood Lodge is amazing. I can't believe Grayson rented the entire place for the weekend, especially on such short notice. Maybe it's haunted. The name certainly gives off that vibe. I'm sure there aren't any ghosts. Right, Ariana said. How would they get all the way out here? Damon snickered as he maneuvered around a sharp corner. The woods broke, and an amazing sight loomed before them. A gorgeous white brick building shone in the sunlight. It took Ari's breath away. Look at that hotel! An older man in a tuxedo waved them around the corner. Damon followed the road around the other side of the structure to a large parking lot. All the other cars were near the large main doors, so he pulled into the next empty spot. Ariana climbed outside into the warm, humid air and stretched. Unseen birds chirped, and the scent of freshly mowed grass tickled her nose. Her legs ached from the long drive, and her bladder was full. Damon rounded the bumper to stand beside her. I can't wait to explore. You said there's a bowling alley inside? It was on the brochure Rita showed me. He put his arm around her and set the alarm on his charger. Let's find everyone. You don't want to get our luggage. Let's get the keys to our room first. Sounds good. It would be easier to get checked in without all their bags anyway. Plus, Ariana needed to focus on finding a bathroom. She really shouldn't have had that last bottle of water. Damon opened the door, then motioned for her to step inside first. She could hardly believe her eyes. Marble floors, paintings she estimated to be at least a century old, brightly lit chandeliers that looked more like fireworks displays than decoration, domed ceilings, spiraling staircases, and even a fountain with lights that made the water look multicolored. Everything sparkled and shone. There was luxury, and then there was this. Rita had to be in heaven knowing this was her wedding venue. The pictures they'd seen back home hadn't done the place justice. A man and a woman in formal wear beckoned them to the reception desk, then checked them in. Damon studied a map of the hotel as they returned to the car for their luggage before checking out their suite. As they were unloading the trunk, a man arrived with a cart. He placed their suitcases on it, hung their garment bags, then whisked it inside into an elevator. Ariana's bladder threatened to explode with every leap she took to catch up to her belongings. Time slowed until they reached their suite. She didn't bother taking anything in, but rather zeroed in on the bathroom and rushed to it. By the time she was done, the bellhop had left, and Damon was busy hanging their clothes. They'd brought enough for a week, even though they intended to stay the weekend. But with the wide variety of activities, swimming, skating, hunting, wine tasting, fine dining, a spa, movies, and more, they were prepared for it all, even if it meant they barely got any rest. Knock, 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 knock. Damon threw her an amused glance. Probably better get that. Sounds like it. Must be one of the twins. Ariana's 13-year-old brother and sister had become good friends with the groom's kids, so they were coming for the weekend too, though she was surprised they'd arrived so soon, as they had a much longer drive. She flung open the door, but it wasn't one of her siblings. That meant her siblings and parents were likely still on their way after all. Rita stood there, beaming in a short, strapless baby blue dress. She threw her arms around Ariana, then squeezed tightly. I thought you two would never get here. Ariana returned the eager embrace. We got stuck in traffic. Ugh, figures. If I'd been thinking clearly, I'd have had everyone get here on Thursday instead. It's fine. You look beautiful, by the way. Somehow the bride managed to smile even wider. Thank you. It covers my belly perfectly. Rita pressed on the shimmery fabric. I thought you didn't care about hiding your pregnancy. Oh, I totally don't. But I love how this one fits me so well. Don't you think? Like it was made for you. Rita kissed her on the cheek. Speaking of dressing up, Grayson and I are having a little get-together with the wedding party. Throw on something cute and meet us downstairs by the fountain in 20 minutes. Your makeup is already perfect. Just pull up your hair and you'll be good to go. Damon appeared beside Ari. Our spouses allowed? Rita gave him a sympathetic glance. Sorry, no. Only the wedding party. There are a bunch of people exploring. Just introduce yourself. Everyone here is our guest, and a lot of people don't know each other. Yet. By Sunday, we'll all be besties. She turned to Ariana. See you in a few. Wouldn't miss it. She closed the door. I wish you could join me. He put his hands on her waist and kissed her neck. We'll be together at dinner, which shouldn't be too long a wait at this point. I hope she doesn't plan on keeping the wedding party separate from everyone else the whole time. That doesn't sound practical. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time together. But you'd better pick a dress or you're going to be late. I don't want to find out if Rita is a bridezilla. She gave him a playful shove. I'm sure she's not. The woman hosts events for her living. Rita ran a local bar and grill, the most popular Mexican restaurant in town. In fact, that was how she and Grayson had met. He'd been a customer. One thing quickly led to another, and now they were getting married. They both found it poetic, since Rita had originally opened the business when her now-imprisoned then-husband Boone was too busy for her, sometimes not even coming home to sleep. Damon held up a peach tulle dress with a V-neck. How about this one? I was hoping to dance with you in that one. Perfect. We'll do that after dinner. He wrapped his arms around her, dipped her, then gave her a mind-melting kiss. Chapter 3. Ariana was the last to arrive at the fountain. After she'd gotten dressed, Damon had accosted her with kisses and whispers of how he couldn't wait to see her at dinner. She'd been tempted to skip the wedding party get-together, but she couldn't do that to Rita. Maya and Olivia greeted her with warm hugs. Grayson gave her his big smile that had made him a local TV star as an investigative journalist. Then he introduced her to his half of the wedding party. He put his hands on a guy who could almost be his twin. This is Emerson, my older but not wiser brother. Emerson laughed, but his eyes didn't seem amused as he shook hands with Ariana. Grayson rested a hand on the other two men, who also bore a resemblance to him, but not as strongly as his brother. These are my cousins, Javier and Mateo. She exchanged greetings with them, pausing at Javier. You seem familiar. Rita leaned against him. He works at the restaurant. That's why Grayson started coming in. He kept coming for me, though. Her eyes sparkled. Javier's nose wrinkled. Was that annoyance in his expression? I'm sorry, Ariana said. How could I not recognize you? We've spoken so many times. I suppose it's because of the long drive. I'm not fully here yet. It's fine, he said. Sometimes it's hard to place people when they're in different situations. Instead of me serving you, we're in equal standing as members of the wedding party. Ari's face flushed. Right. I'm used to seeing you at the bar and grill, and now we're in this super fancy hotel. Everything is different. Rita waved her arms. Now that we're all acquainted, let's get to know each other over drinks. We'll also go over the details of the wedding. The 8 of us are going to be busy. Grayson threaded his fingers through Rita's. Then they led everyone else down a maze of hallways. Ariana wasn't sure she'd be able to find her way back through the massive and overwhelming building. Upon reaching a library that could have been for a movie set, everyone took seats at a tall mahogany table at least as old as the building itself. Ariana was almost afraid to touch it. It had to be worth a fortune. The same man who'd helped her and Damon with their luggage arrived, setting wine flutes in front of each person before placing several bottles around the table. After placing a bottle of sparkling cider in front of Rita, he proceeded to open each bottle. Guilt stung, and Ari looked around the table. Maybe we should all drink cider. It isn't fair that the bride can't have any. Mateo glared at her from across the table. Were both cousins going to be grumpy for the entire weekend? That would make for a miserable time. I don't mind. Rita flashed a wide grin. I serve alcohol every day at work. It's a wedding. People should celebrate. Mateo held up his glass, already filled with a dark wine. I'll drink to that. Same. Javier tapped his cousin's glass. White or red? The server held 2 bottles in front of Ariana for her consideration. Both bottles showed dates over 40 years old. "I'll have some white, please." "Why?" Mateo asked. "Are you racist?" Ariana stared at him in disbelief. "It's wine." "And it's just a joke." Mateo burst out laughing, and Javier joined in. Rita nudged Grayson, and she mouthed an apology to Ariana. "Stop being idiots." Grayson glared at his cousins. "I can pick other groomsmen, you know. There are plenty of people who'd be happy to take your places." Mateo snorted. "But you won't." He and Javier laughed again. Ariana exchanged a dumbfounded look with Maya and Olivia. Were those 2 guys for real? Javier had always seemed nice at the restaurant, but maybe that was all an act to keep his job. Or maybe his cousin brought out the worst in him. Either way, she wasn't going to give them another moment of her attention. They could act like immature preteens if they wanted, but she was going to focus on making Rita's weekend the best it could be. That was her job as Rita's best friend and maid of honor. Grayson cleared his throat, pulling Ariana from her thoughts. He held up his glass. "Rita and I want to thank all of you for being part of our special day. As you probably know, some people think this whole thing has happened too fast. Certain parents in particular, so we especially appreciate your support." Rita leaned against him. "We aren't going to deny how quickly everything has moved. But when you find something as special as what we have, why wait?" Emerson lifted his glass. "It's true. I've seen you together. And more importantly, I've seen how my niece and nephews have taken to the relationship. What you 2 have is genuine and real. Don't let what anyone says get to you. You 2 have trust, and it's beautiful. If you don't have trust, what do you have?" Everyone spoke their agreement, even the 2 jokers. Emerson lifted his glass higher. "To Grayson and Rita." "To Grayson and Rita." Everyone tapped their glasses and sipped their drinks. As they enjoyed the wine and cider, the bride and groom went over the details of the weekend, including instructions for each member of the wedding party. Ariana had already heard most of it and knew what Rita wanted her help with, but it was always good to have a refresher. And now that she was actually on site, it helped her to picture the events all the better. Then Rita and Grayson thanked each person individually, telling them how much they meant to them. Rita walked around the table and hugged Ariana. "It feels like I've known you forever, because we've been through so much. You had a big hand in me surviving my kidnapping, and I'll never be able to forget that. I don't know what I'd do without you. You were an easy choice for maid of honor." Ari's vision blurred with tears. "I can't imagine my life without you either." Rita hugged Olivia and Maya, thanking them for being such good friends through her recent life transitions. After she sat, Grayson shared similar sentiments with his half of the wedding party. Ariana listened with interest to see what he'd have to say about Javier and Mateo. From the sounds of it, they'd grown up together and had spent their summers and other holidays at some beach house. Apparently, that was what had cemented their relationships. It made her wonder if Grayson had once been as immature as his cousins were acting. If so, he appeared to have grown up. Rita pointed out the time. "We better get going. All the guests are going to be gathering for dinner, and I don't know about you, but I'm starving." Grayson rose, then helped her up. Mateo nudged Javier. Javier leaped out of his seat. "Wait, I have something to say. It's important." Doubtful, Ari turned her attention to the twins. "What is it?" Grayson asked, annoyance in his tone. "Have a seat first. The waitstaff isn't going to take any food orders until Rita and I arrive, and I know people are hungry. Besides, I don't want Rita going too long between meals." "It'll only take a minute," Javier said. "I swear." Grayson glanced at Rita, who nodded. "Be quick." Grayson sat. It sounded like someone loudly passed gas. Javier and Mateo burst out laughing and high-fived each other. Grayson rose and held up a whoopee cushion. "Nice. Real mature." That only made the cousins roar all the louder. Rita took Grayson's hand. "Let's go." Ariana rose, shaking her head in disbelief at Javier and Mateo. Hopefully this would be the last of their antics this weekend. But she couldn't help thinking it was only the beginning. Chapter 4. Rita alternated between sipping her water and stuffing her mouth with pre-meal bread from the basket in front of her. The awkwardness with the wedding party before dinner had only been the warm-up for the actual meal. She would rather sit with Grayson's cousins than their 3 sets of parents. Hers were still mad at her for divorcing Boone, who was currently serving a life sentence in prison, and Grayson's divorced parents and step-parents were barely hiding their disdain for each other. This would be the last meal she would sit with any of the parents, but she would have to suffer through this one in the meantime. Grayson squeezed her hand. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon enough." She returned the squeeze. "I wouldn't make it through the next hour without you." "Remind me, whose idea was it to have all our parents at one table?" "Pretty sure it was yours." She took another piece of bread. Her mom leaned over. "If you keep going at the carbs like that, you won't fit into your dress on Sunday." "Mom!" She glared at her. "You're barely able to hide the pregnancy as it is." "I'm not trying to hide anything, and my dress will fit just fine. No need to worry about me." It wasn't like her mother ever did, anyway. Rita only heard from her parents around the holidays. They hadn't even bothered acknowledging her birthday since her divorce. "Your divorce is official, isn't it?" Mom asked, as if reading Rita's mind. Rita drew a deep breath. "Yes, Mom. Thanks for the reminder. It just all happened so fast. How can we be expected to adjust so quickly?" "It shouldn't have happened at all," Dad grumbled. "I'm not having this discussion now," Rita said. Dad turned to Grayson. "You know about her ex-husband, don't you?" "Yes," Grayson smiled. "And she knows about my ex-wife. We've shared everything with each other, and we're very happy together. We're going to make an even happier family. You have nothing to worry about." Thankfully, the server arrived with appetizers, distracting everyone with mouth-watering aromas. Rita selected a little something from each of the shared plates, then dug in, trying to ignore the chatter around her. Grayson squeezed her leg, making her think her parents were saying something negative about her again. She could get through one meal. Then, after this, she would eat with other people. Friends, kids, anyone but her parents. Her siblings were questionable. She'd have to find out if they felt the same way as her parents. Given none of them had reached out to her after everything she'd been through, it seemed obvious where their allegiances lay. On the other hand, given her father's controlling nature, he could have very well prevented her sisters and brother from calling her. Not that she needed them. She'd gotten through her toughest time with the help of her friends. Family members were assigned by birth, but not friends. They were there because they wanted to be. These were the people she could trust, the ones who had been there for her through thick and thin. Laughter roared around the table. Rita glanced up, pretty sure she didn't want to know what was so funny. Probably something about her. She glanced at Grayson, who just rolled his eyes. She was definitely better off not knowing. Once she emptied her plate of appetizers, she excused herself to use the restroom. It was much easier to breathe without having to be so close to her parents and their cutting remarks. At least there were enough activities and other people at the hotel that she should be able to easily avoid them for the rest of the weekend. As the bride, she had the freedom to do as she pleased. That would make it so much more bearable. She would make sure to ask Ariana and the twins to help her keep a permanent distance between her and her parents. Then, once she and Grayson climbed into the limo to head for their honeymoon, she wouldn't have to worry about seeing them again. They had shown absolutely no interest in their grandchild growing in her belly, so she wouldn't waste another thought about them pushing their way back into her life. Rita spent extra time in the bathroom adjusting her hair, poking at her dress, and studying her makeup. She was stalling, and she didn't care. The less time she had to spend with her family, the better. It had probably been a mistake to invite them, but Grayson had insisted it was a gesture of goodwill. It would be the last one she extended. For now, she needed to get through the meal, and it wasn't fair to leave Grayson at the table to deal with them on his own, even though including them had been his idea. She looked at her eyes in the mirror and stared herself down. "You can do this. It's just 1 hour, and then you can turn your focus to Grayson. He's the only one who matters. This whole weekend is about us, not anyone else." Her feet still didn't budge. She couldn't spend the entire meal in the bathroom. This was all about celebrating her wedding. Rita took several deep breaths before standing tall, exiting the restroom, then walking with purpose down the hallway. The tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. A chill ran down her back. It felt like someone was watching her. She quickly turned to look, but nobody was in the hall. All the doors were closed. As her breath hitched, she narrowed her eyes and crept the rest of the way back toward the noisy restaurant. But the sounds of friends and family didn't ease her discomfort. The leaves of a large potted plant moved. Or was it her imagination? "Is someone there?" She marched toward the miniature tree. Silence. "Show yourself." Nothing. Rita pushed the branches out of the way. Just an empty hallway. She was making something out of nothing. Probably her subconscious trying to get her mind off her parents. How sad was it that she'd rather think someone was spying on her than want to spend time with her mother and father? It was their fault. They had been the ones who had refused to support her. He was an overbearing tyrant, and her mom never spoke up against him. She would raise her child the opposite way, putting his or her needs above her own. That's what she needed to think about, not let her mind run wild like this. As she made her way to her seat, Rita greeted guests at the other tables in the restaurant. Everyone gave congratulations and embraces. Why couldn't her parents be as happy for her? Because her marriage to Grayson didn't benefit them in any way. That's why. She forced all other thoughts from her mind as she sat next to her gorgeous and supportive fiancé. He kissed her cheek, then asked how she was feeling. Rita beamed, so grateful to be marrying a man who actually cared about her. Someone who was the complete opposite of her family and her murderous, cheating ex. Life had been hard up to this point, but now things were finally turning around. She was about to have a real family. Her child would be born into a home full of loving and nurturing siblings and 2 parents. That was the only thing that mattered. Grayson leaned over. "Are you okay?" Her breath caught. Was her freaking out so obvious? "Don't listen to your parents," he said. "They don't know what they're talking about." She relaxed. That was all he was referring to. Good, because she didn't want to admit to feeling like someone was watching her. It was ridiculous. They were in a really old building. She was probably picking up vibes from that. Rita rested her hand on his knee. "You're right. And the only thing that matters is you and me." He kissed her on the lips. "Exactly, mi vida." Her heart fluttered. She loved all the pet names he had for her. Nobody else had ever bothered giving her a nickname besides Rita. Her parents often still called her by her full name, Margarita. And because it was almost always said in disdain, she hated hearing the word. The server arrived with the meals, and she eagerly dug in. Even her parents focused more on the food than throwing disparaging remarks her way. It only took a matter of moments for her to relax and enjoy being next to Grayson. She even turned her attention to his parents and asked them what Grayson had been like as a boy. They shared some funny stories that made everyone around the table laugh. As soon as the conversation quieted, the tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end again. She looked around the full room. Nobody was glancing her way, but even if they had been, she was the bride. It would make sense that people would look at her. So why did it feel like something more sinister? Chapter 5. Ariana pulled the swimsuit cover up over her head, then checked the mirror to fix her hair. "I feel bad that I haven't even talked to my parents or Lainey and Xander yet." Damon wrapped his arm around her. "They only just got here during dinner, and they sat at the far end of the restaurant. There'll be plenty of time to see them. We have the entire weekend ahead of us, starting with this evening swim. If I know your brother and sister, they won't miss that." "True. I think they might have been born wearing swimsuits." Damon chuckled. "That wouldn't surprise me. You ready to head down? I heard the pool is amazing." "I'm sure it is. Everything else in this place is the peak of luxury." Ariana picked up the hotel map to study it. "Looks like we'll get to see even more of the building on the way there." They grabbed what they needed, then headed out. Halfway down the massive hallway, they ran into her mom, dad, and siblings. Lainey squealed and threw her arms around Ari. "I missed you. I missed you too." Ari returned the embrace, then hugged the rest of the family. "Xander and I were so worried we'd miss the swimming time. The traffic wasn't moving at all. It was beyond horrible." "We ran into some of that too," Ariana said. "But even if you did miss the swimming with everyone, all the facilities are available all weekend. Grayson rented everything through Sunday." Xander's eyes lit up. "Braden's here, right?" He was referring to Grayson's oldest, who he'd grown close to when he stayed with Ari and Damon a few weeks earlier. "I saw him not long ago," Damon said. "He was asking about you. He's staying with his grandparents if you need to find them." Xander ran ahead. "I take it he's fully recovered," Ari said with a laugh. Dad chuckled. "You'd never know he had surgery last month." "That's great news." Lainey hurried to catch up with her twin. "And he's been doing okay with everything else?" Damon asked, referring to the kids learning that despite being twins, Xander had a different biological father. Xander had spent a week with Damon and Ariana, giving the guys bonding time over having serial killer parents. What a thing to bond over. But Ari was so grateful for Damon jumping in to help her brother so eagerly. "It's been up and down," Mom admitted. "But his sessions with Macy are helping, and he loves texting with you." She squeezed Damon's arm. "We really can't thank you enough for how much support you've given him through all of this." "I'm just glad I can help. I never imagined any good would come from being my father's son." "You're doing him a world of good. His whole face lights up when he talks about you." Mom's voice cracked. "It means so much to us." Damon gave her a hug. "I'll keep doing what I can. It's been fun getting to know him better. He's a really good kid. It's just hard dealing with having a sociopath for a parent. A biological parent." "We know what you mean." Ariana wrapped an arm around Damon's waist, too choked up to speak. It broke her heart that both he and her brother had so much to deal with, but it also meant the world to her that they were able to bond over it. Who knew? Maybe one day Xander would join the two of them in their work, trying to prevent innocent people from falling victim to monsters like their fathers. Chlorine tickled her nose before she saw the pool. They had to be close. Up ahead, her brother and sister bolted through a doorway. Shouts of laughter mixed with the sounds of fans blared from inside the room. The warm humidity clung to her skin, even while still in the hall. The swimming area lights were dimmed, allowing for a clear view of the sky through the massive skylight that took up much of the ceiling. Pink hues tugged on the blue sky, and a few stars had begun to sparkle. At least half the guests were already in the water, and there was plenty of room for everyone else. All 50 people could have been splashing around, and nobody would have felt crowded. Ariana put her bag on a chair, then dipped a toe in the water. It was surprisingly warm. After descending the steps, she made her way over to Olivia, Maya, and Leah. Ari had half expected Leah and Charles to be no-shows. Her relationship with Rita had been tumultuous at best, and she'd felt slighted when not chosen as part of the wedding party. But Leah had chosen to come, and she had a big smile on her face as she spoke with the twins. She even gave Ari a wet hug when she joined them. "Can you believe this place?" "It's amazing," Ariana agreed. "I already told Damon we need to come back for our anniversary." "What a great idea! I'm going to tell Charles the same thing. And Maya and I can return for our birthday," Olivia said. They all laughed. "Rita's here." Leah glanced toward the door. The bride and groom entered the pool area. Rita was clearly not trying to hide her pregnancy, as her swimsuit accentuated her rounded belly. She was still gorgeous as ever, if not more so now. It was the perfect weekend for all. Nobody had reason to feel left out, and there were so many new friends to be made. Ariana had met a bunch of people already. It was hard to keep everyone straight. Grayson put on some upbeat music and announced a cooler full of drinks. "Anyone planning on actually swimming?" Maya asked. "Or are we just going to stand around talking?" Ariana twisted some hair around her finger. "I don't know. The chlorine is so strong. I'm worried about my hair. I'd have to use an entire bottle of conditioner just to replace the moisture." "That's what tomorrow's spa day is for," Olivia nudged her. "Forget about your hair and have fun swimming." "I guess that's true." "Spa day?" Leah asked. Ari exchanged a worried glance with the twins. Olivia gave Leah a bright smile. "The spa is open all day tomorrow. Isn't that great?" Rita's taking you all because you're her bridesmaids. You don't have to hide the fact from me. I get it. It's fine. I'm hardly close with Rita, even though I've known her the longest, so it makes complete sense that she'd pick you three. Awkward? Oh, there's Charles, Leah said. I'll catch you girls later. She gave a little wave before making her way over to her husband. Olivia frowned. I shouldn't have brought up the spa in front of her. You're fine, Ariana assured her. And you also make a good point about my hair. She dunked herself under the water and pushed herself out. Is anyone up for some Marco Polo? Maya and Olivia laughed. Then Maya pointed toward the kids. I think they have a rousing game going, but I'm more interested in what's in the cooler. Looks like some fun drinks. Olivia groaned as she glanced over. And Tweedledee and Tweedledum are both on their second beers. Sure enough, Mateo and Javier were shoving each other as they dug into the enormous cooler. Those two drinking and a pool seems like a bad combination, Ariana said. They're Grayson's problem. Maya rolled her eyes dramatically. He's the one who thought it was a good idea to have them as groomsmen. I just hope we don't have to interact with them much. If they're going to be drunk all weekend, we can refuse to be around them. You can, Ariana said. As maid of honor, I have to make sure Rita's having a good time. Speaking of her, I should go see if she needs anything. You aren't her servant, Maya said. I know. Ariana made her way toward the stairs, then climbed out of the pool, the water leaving a path behind her. She sat in the seat next to the bride. Don't want to swim? Rita smiled at her. I'm pacing myself. We had a second dessert before coming here. I'm stuffed. Do you need anything? I'm happy just sitting here. My shrieks sounded. Gasps erupted. Ariana jumped up. What's going on? Who knows? Grayson thought swimming and alcohol were a good combination. She shook her head. More worried cries sounded. People started gathering on the deck near the deep end of the pool. Ari hurried over to the commotion. She couldn't see past the throng to determine what was going on. Finally, the group cleared. 2 lifeguards broke the surface of the water, holding someone between them. Ariana drew a shocked breath as her stomach knotted. The lifeguards clambered out of the pool carrying Mateo. Not surprising. Ariana raced over. She had plenty of experience, having been a lifeguard herself years earlier. Mateo didn't move on the ground. Not a single flinch. Someone cried out. Others called out for him to wake up. The lifeguard checked for breathing, for a pulse. Didn't appear to find anything. She pulled something from her fanny pack, then tilted his head back. After fitting a device over his mouth, she breathed into it. Mateo sat up. I was expecting an actual kiss. What was that? It took Ariana a moment to realize he was fine. He'd pulled a prank. A woman who was old enough to be his mom slapped him, speaking in angry, rapid-fire Spanish. He laughed. It was just a joke. A joke? Grayson yelled. That wasn't funny at all, you idiot. I'd call you a lot worse, but there are kids present. Quit with the antics, or you're out of here. Got it? Mateo got up and glared at the groom. You've been no fun at all since you met Rita. Where's the Grayson who knows how to have a good time? Right here. And I grew up a long time ago. Something you need to do, and quickly. I'm serious about finding a new groomsman. This wasn't funny. At all. He stormed off. Mateo yelled a string of profanities at him, obviously not concerned about the children present. As Ariana drew a deep breath, her thoughts returned to Rita. She hurried over to check on the expecting bride. "Are you okay?" "Yeah. I told him it was a mistake asking Mateo to be in the wedding party. We've only been here a few hours, and look at the drama he's already caused. Hopefully he'll take Grayson's warning." Rita frowned. "Don't hold your breath. I think I'm ready to go to my room and rest a little while." "I'll go with you." Ariana grabbed her bag and went with her friend. As soon as the music had faded, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Was someone watching them? She looked around carefully so Rita wouldn't notice, but she didn't see anything. The feeling didn't leave until she and Rita were locked in the presidential suite, but a niggling sense remained that someone had been spying on them. Chapter 6. To my one and only. Watching you this evening has been torture. You belong with me. We're meant to be together. But you can't see that. You haven't been able to see that in all this time. How can you not see what's so obvious? You're still planning on getting married in 2 days. Don't care at all about how that hurts me. You're killing our future. That makes me angry. I need to get your attention before it's too late. You have no other choice but to see the truth. That it's you and me, not you and that loser. All my love. Your one and only. Even if you still don't realize it yet. You will. Chapter 7. Rita turned off her alarm, then stretched. The guys would be back from their morning hunting expedition soon. They'd left for the woods around the crack of dawn. The thought sent a shudder down her spine. After what Mateo pulled at the pool the night before, she couldn't imagine what he might do when given a gun. With any luck, he'd slept through his alarm, too hungover to wake with the sun and keeping everyone else safe. If he did anything to hurt Grayson, she couldn't guarantee his safety. She pulled out her phone to send him a quick text in hopes he would respond quickly and ease her mind. Then she saw the screen. No service. Right. How could such a popular destination not have cell coverage? It wasn't safe, not way out in the middle of the woods like they were. Sure, each room had a phone, but how were people supposed to keep up with each other when they weren't in their quarters? It was like living in the Dark Ages. Ridiculous, especially considering how much money Grayson had fronted for the weekend. Everything was probably fine. If anything had gone wrong, the hotel staff surely would have let her know. That was the thought she focused on. First when she got out of bed, next as she ate a small snack to hopefully stave off the lingering morning sickness, again during her shower, then finally while choosing a cute romper that was perfect for breakfast at the restaurant downstairs. All the wedding guests had to be even more tired than her. While she'd gone to bed early, always tired these days, most everyone else had gone bowling, then ice skating out in the restored barn after swimming. She couldn't wait to go to the spa with Ari, Olivia, and Maya after lunch. They would sip green drinks, eat healthy snacks, and get pampered. Grayson had insisted on paying for the most expensive package for the event. They'd be in the spa for 3 to 4 hours. Sounded heavenly. And best of all, no Mateo or Javier. It would be a miracle if Javi still had a job at her bar and grill after the weekend was over. She'd never seen this side of him, and didn't ever want it appearing at her business. The steam of the shower had helped relax her worried thoughts. She didn't need to think about her restaurant. It was in good hands while she was away. She also didn't have to be concerned about the rest of the weekend. Grayson had told off Mateo in front of everyone. If he was smart, he'd be on his best behavior for the next 2 days. By the time Rita was finishing her makeup, not too much since she'd be going to the spa soon, Grayson returned from hunting. He had twigs in his hair and dirt on his pants. She blew him a kiss, not wanting to dirty her fresh clothes. "How did everything go?" "It was fun, though nobody got anything." "That sounds like a win. Mateo played nice?" Grayson muttered under his breath. "The dipwad didn't even show up." "Probably too hungover." "I'm ready to rake him over hot coals. Last night he was so drunk while bowling, he nearly took out a window." "Just be glad he wasn't able to cause any problems this morning with a gun." "He's a groomsman. It's his job to be at everything." Rita squeezed his shoulder, careful not to touch any dirt. "You can't always find a replacement. Damon would be a lot more help than Mateo." "I hardly know the guy." "But I do. You're going to love having them across the street. They're the best of friends and neighbors. He'd do anything for you. Think about it." Grayson kissed her cheek, careful not to touch her with his dirty clothes. "I will. I trust your judgment." "Mind if I head down for breakfast while you shower? I'm starving." "Go ahead. The last thing I want to do is get between you and food." He gave her a playful wink. "I'm not usually like this, always stuffing my face." "You're eating for 2. I'd be a jerk to think badly of you." "At least you're nothing like your cousins." She managed to give him a kiss without getting dirty. "See you soon." "I can't wait." She hurried downstairs to the continental breakfast, where she filled her plate high with food. If she wasn't pregnant, she'd be humiliated. But now she was constantly ravenous and didn't care what anyone thought. Her parents were sitting nearby, but she managed to skirt around them unnoticed. They would certainly have something to say about how much she planned to eat. Maya and Olivia were at the table with some empty chairs, so she joined them. "How did you sleep?" Olivia asked. "Great, but I'm still tired. I guess that comes with the territory." She rubbed her belly. "I've heard it gets better," Maya said. "Me too." Rita picked up her fork. "But I'm starting to wonder how true that is." "Are you up for the day's events?" Olivia asked. "Definitely." Her fatigue lifted at the thought of the gender reveal celebration coming up after breakfast. "I can't wait to find out if I'm having a boy or a girl." "What do you think it is?" Maya asked. "Have you read up on all the old wives' tales?" Rita shook her head. "Those don't mean anything. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Goosebumps formed on her arms. She whipped her head around, but like last night, she was in the busy restaurant and was the bride. It would probably be weird if someone wasn't looking her way. "Everything okay?" Maya asked. "It's nothing." "It doesn't seem like nothing." Rita sighed. "I keep getting the feeling that someone's watching me. But everyone is here for my wedding, so obviously people are paying attention to me. What I really need is our spa afternoon." "We all do," Olivia said. "I've been looking forward to it since you told us about it." Maya frowned. "Hopefully Mateo isn't up to more antics. Maybe that's who has you on edge." She had a point. Rita was about ready to kick out both Mateo and Javier, but Grayson had already made himself clear. They could and would be replaced if they didn't get their acts together. She glanced around the room for them. Javi was at a table, laughing with some of his relatives. "Have you seen Mateo today?" Rita asked. "Apparently he didn't make it to the hunting party this morning." Probably for the best. Maya finished off a pastry. We'd all be in danger with him anywhere near weapons. Olivia choked on orange juice. That's a scary thought. I'm sure he's just hungover, Maya said. And I hope it's a nasty one after what he pulled at the pool last night. My thoughts exactly, Olivia said. Who thinks pretending to drown is funny? I'm just glad Grayson told him off in front of everyone. I was worried he might not say anything about the pranks. Maya leaned closer to them. I can't believe his mom slapped him across the face and swore at him in Spanish. They all laughed, but a chill ran down Rita's spine. She glanced around, trying not to be obvious. Everyone appeared to be engaged in conversation with those at their tables. Why couldn't she shake the feeling of being watched? Chapter 8. Ariana knocked on Rita and Grayson's door, her heart threatening to explode out of her chest. Everything was ready for the big gender reveal celebration. Now all she needed was the parents-to-be. She alone already knew the baby's gender. Rita and Grayson had the nurse at the ultrasound seal the result in an envelope, which Rita had promptly given to Ariana so she could order the necessary items for the reveal. It had been hard keeping the news to herself. She hadn't even told Damon. Rita had sworn her to secrecy. At last, in a few minutes, everyone else would know. Ari knocked again. The door finally opened. Rita wore a gorgeous teal dress and a huge grin. Grayson had on a blue and pink tie with his white shirt and dark slacks. Nice. Ariana gestured toward the tie. He smiled and adjusted it. Thanks. I thought it was fitting. Let's go, Ari said. I can't wait for you two to find out. You can't wait, Rita laughed. Every day I've had to restrain myself from begging you to tell me. She shook her head. You'd have never gotten it out of me. I promised you I'd keep my lips zipped. And that's why you're my maid of honor. Rita kissed her cheek. Let's do this. Ariana was bursting at the seams to see their reaction. The banquet hall was filled with pink and blue balloons, streamers, and other decorations. All the guests had chosen either a pink or blue crown based on whether they thought the baby was going to be a boy or girl. She heard the festive music before they reached the hall. Rita squealed and grabbed Grayson's arm. We're finally going to find out. He kissed her palm. I can't wait. Ariana darted into the room before them so she could see their faces. Rita's eyes widened and she covered her mouth. Grayson looked around, his mouth gaping. Do you like it? Ari asked. Rita threw her arms around her friend. It's perfect! Thank you! Ariana grabbed the parents' crowns. They were different from all the others because they had both pink and blue on them. Rita slid hers on her head and nudged Ariana. No crown for you? She chuckled. I think that would give it all away. It's worth a try, Rita shrugged. Go play. Ariana motioned toward the side of the hall with gender prediction games. It had been surprisingly easy to find half a dozen for the party. Or have some snacks. All pink and blue, of course. Rita and Grayson joined the other guests, and Ariana took pictures. Everyone was having a great time, and Rita looked so pleased with how everything had turned out. About 10 minutes later, Damon came over and pulled Ariana into his arms. I think this is the most elaborate gender reveal party in the history of forever. She beamed. I'm glad. I wanted to make it special for Rita. She's been through so much. She deserves to celebrate big. You've succeeded. Damon pointed toward the snack table. You even managed to wipe the scales off her parents' faces. I saw her mom actually smile when Rita entered. Did you get a picture of that? I wish. He glanced at the time. When are we doing the reveal? People keep asking me. Everyone is eager to find out. And I'm dying to tell someone. Do you know how hard it's been to keep this a secret? No idea. But I'm guessing the 50,000 times you almost told me was a clue. He looked like he was trying to hide a smile. She gave him a playful shove. To answer your question about when, I think we'll give it a few more minutes. Everyone is having such a good time. I don't want to interrupt. To be fair, I don't think anyone would object. They've all been incessantly asking me about it. Ariana mingled with the guests for a little while before cutting the music and calling for everyone's attention. She and Emerson handed out the confetti cannons to the guest. Rita stared at hers with so much anticipation it looked like she might burst. On the count of 3, everyone pull your string. Ariana held up 3 fingers before closing her fist and getting in position with her own cannon. 1, 2, 3. Little pops sounded all around before confetti in every shade of pink filled the room. Rita squealed and spun in a circle, waving her arms around. She and Grayson hugged. Everyone else cheered, whistled, and called out congratulations. Ariana and Emerson moved to the white cake decorated with cute little ducks. When they cut into it, the inside was magenta. Rita squeezed Ariana. The cake, too? Ariana beamed at the surprise. Now we can all walk around with pink teeth for the rest of the day to celebrate your little girl. I can't believe I'm having a girl. Rita squealed again. We're going to have all the manicures and spa days as soon as she's old enough. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Ariana handed her a piece of cake. The rest of the guests crowded around for their pieces. By the time everyone had a slice, there was barely enough left for the maid of honor and best man. Congrats on being an uncle again, Ariana said. Thanks. He looked around and frowned. You aren't excited? What? Emerson turned to her. No, it isn't that. I can't believe Mateo missed this. He can be a bonehead, obviously. But skipping out on Grayson's hunting party and this too? He's a groomsman. If he can't support my brother, the least he could do is own up to his irresponsibility and step down. Maybe he will. That'll be the day. Emerson marched away. Damon joined her. He gave her a pink-toothed grin. How are you doing? Ariana couldn't help chuckling at that. She took a bite of her cake before answering. I'm fine, but Emerson's pretty ticked at Mateo. He isn't alone. Everyone is talking about him. I overheard some of his relatives planning to hogtie him and shave his head. That's oddly specific. I thought so too, but I can't disagree with their sentiment. If awards were given for the worst groomsman, he'd easily make the top 10. Top 3, Ariana said. He nodded. I'm going to start putting away the games. Rita wanted to keep those, right? Yeah, I have the original boxes out in the hallway. She led him out of the room and around the corner where she'd stored them. As soon as they started putting things away, Emerson, Olivia, and Maya joined in. The other guests made their way out with pink teeth and their colored crowns. The hotel staff arrived and shooed them out of the room, saying they would clean the rest. Ariana made one last pass around the room to make sure they didn't leave anything Rita wanted to keep. She picked up a few crowns and was ready to carry boxes up to the bride and groom's suite when she noticed a dark red piece of paper on one of the tables. She didn't recognize it, so she flipped it over. What she saw made her knees turn to rubber. Someone had drawn a stick figure of a pregnant woman with a black permanent marker. A knife protruded from the rounded belly. Blood dripped and pooled at the woman's feet. Ariana's cake threatened to come back up. One of the hotel staff came over to her. "Do you need any help?" She hid the drawing behind her back, not wanting the guy to think she had drawn it. "I was just leaving, thanks." Ari raced from the room, stomach lurching and mind racing. Who would draw such a horrible picture? Worse, who would leave it there to be found? Was the artist planning on acting out the image? She stuffed the paper in a box as she hurried up the stairs. On the way to Rita's room, she passed her dad. He was a policeman. He'd know what to do. Ariana waved him over. "Want some help with the box?" He reached for it. "Something else." She put it down, then showed him the drawing. His eyes widened. "What's this?" "I found it in the banquet hall." "Who drew it?" "No idea. But I should report this, shouldn't I?" He took the paper and studied it. "Do you think it's a threat?" "How is it not? It was left at the gender reveal party." "It could just be a child's drawing." "You think a kid made it?" she exclaimed. "Potentially." Her stomach nodded. "We have to do something." "Okay." Dad looked deep in thought. "I'll show it to the hotel staff. They likely have a protocol in place for something like this. If nothing else, they can keep a closer eye on Rita." "We need to report it to the police." He gave her a sympathetic glance. "I know you're worried, but it's a stick figure drawing. What do you think the authorities are going to do with it? Arrest someone? You know it isn't that simple." She hated admitting defeat. The police couldn't do anything with the sketch, especially not knowing who had drawn it. They needed more. A lot more. "Let me talk with the manager," Dad said. "At least it'll be on record with them. We can move forward if anything else comes up. It might be one piece of a puzzle, or it might be nothing." Ariana nodded. "At least let me take a picture of it before you hand it over." He held it up, and she took a picture with her phone. There had to be more she could do. But what? Chapter 9. Rita could hardly feel the ground beneath her feet. She hadn't dared to voice how much she had hoped the baby would be a girl. If her child had been a boy, she wouldn't have wanted it to get back to him later. Obviously, she would love her baby either way, but she'd always dreamed of having a little girl. The manicures, the shopping trips, the ballet lessons, all the things she'd loved as a girl growing up, she could now share with her own child. "How long until your spa appointment?" Grayson asked, pulling her from her thoughts. She glanced at the time. "Half an hour. The ladies are coming here to meet me. What are you going to do for the next few hours?" "Emerson wants me to show up at his room for a surprise. I'm not sure whether to worry or look forward to whatever he has up his sleeve." "I hope Mateo wasn't involved in planning it. He doesn't seem to understand the difference between stupid pranks and good-natured jokes." Grayson's jaw visibly tightened. "I'm not sure I trust myself around him after last night. He crossed the line so far, he can't even see it anymore." "Is it time to replace him with Damon?" Rita tried to keep the hope out of her tone. He didn't respond right away. That was promising. Rita put her hand on his arm. Grayson?
You're right. I need to drop Mateo from the wedding party. Will you come with me when I tell him?
Gladly. She didn't try hiding her joy. He kissed her deeply.
Thank you for being such a support, mi amor.
Anytime. She laced her fingers through his, then they headed out the door. A tall, muscular man stood across the hallway, dusting a framed painting. He looked like he should be on the security team, not the cleaning crew. He gave a quick nod to them and continued his work. She and Grayson headed toward the guest rooms. He stopped at a door and knocked. It had a "Do Not Disturb" hanger on the handle. Nothing. Grayson pounded on the door, not letting up. Maybe he isn't in there, Rita said. Could be at the bar getting drunk again.
He's either hungover or avoiding me.
He pounded hard enough that a lesser quality door would crack.
I know you're in there, Mateo. Open up.
Silence. Grayson hit the door again.
I'm not going to stop until you let me in. You may as well come out.
We might have to wait all day, Rita said over the noise.
You can go back to the room and get ready for your spa time.
He kissed her cheek.
I'll deal with my cousin.
I promised I'd be here while you kick him out of the wedding party, and I'm keeping my word. She wasn't going to miss that. He continued knocking.
Can I help you with something, sir?
The male voice came from behind them. Rita turned to find the same buff guy who'd been dusting near their suite. His name tag read Morty.
Hi, Morty. I'm the groom, Grayson said. The one who rented the entire lodge for the weekend. One of my groomsmen hasn't come out of his room all day. I'm concerned about him. You don't happen to have a key, do you?
He nodded.
I have a master key. You're Grayson Ramirez? Yes. Do you need my ID? Normally I'd say yes, but I recognize you from TV. I'd know you anywhere. Do I have your permission to open the door? You do.
The man whipped out a keychain with so many keys and keycards it had to weigh several pounds. He chose a card from the bunch, then slid it in front of the reader. It clicked, unlocking the door. Thank you, Rita said, eager to see Mateo knocked down a peg or 5. Grayson opened the door. The room stank of alcohol, body odor, and despair. Rita plugged her nose as she stepped inside. Take a shower, Mateo, but first cover up because we're coming in.
And you're paying the deposit for this room,
Grayson added. The place was trashed. Bed coverings and wrinkled clothes were strewn across any available surface. 6 empty beer bottles were spread around, some knocked over. A pair of glasses, its case, and an inhaler were on the floor near the bed. A suitcase sat wide open, socks and boxers spilling out. Even a lamp lay on its side, luckily not broken, though its shade was clear across the room. Grayson gave her an irritated expression that matched her own. Remind me again, she said. Is Mateo 3 or 33?
He's my age, he muttered.
Should we leave him a note? Texting isn't an option.
I want to talk to him face to face.
Grayson wandered around the room, studying everything. Careful you don't step in anything gross. If he heard her, he didn't respond. After walking around the entire room, he returned to the door.
Let's go back to our suite. You can get ready for the spa, and I'll join my brother in whatever he has planned for me. We'll ask around and find out if anyone has seen Mateo."
"At least everyone will remember him," she said. "Anyone who has seen him wouldn't forget."
"No, they wouldn't. He made sure of that."
"He could write a book called How Not to Win Friends or Influence People." Grayson chuckled.
"True. But I'm starting to worry about him."
"Why?"
"He knew about the hunting and the gender reveal party." "I hardly think he's the type to care." "Maybe. But he left his inhaler lying on the floor. He doesn't go anywhere without that."
"Mateo's an asthmatic?" she asked.
"He doesn't have episodes often, but when he does, they're serious."
"Then he must have another inhaler on him."
"Unless he wandered off somewhere drunk as a skunk and didn't take it with him. If that happened and he had an attack, he wouldn't be able to start breathing again."
Rita frowned. She was certainly upset with him over the fake drowning, but she wouldn't want anything to happen to him. "Maybe we better let Mr. Buff out in the hall know what's going on."
"That's a good idea. Morty can tell the rest of the staff to look for him. And we should still spread the word among the guests."
"Of course. But if this is another joke, I'm packing him myself and sending him away."
"You won't have to, because I'll have already done it."
Grayson snapped pictures of the messy room. "What's that for?"
"Just in case."
"In case what?" she asked. He shrugged, then motioned for her to lead the way. Once in the hall, he closed the door and made sure it was locked. Then he filled Morty in, who hurried away. Grayson turned back to Rita.
"I'm going to find Mateo and give him his inhaler. Are you okay to return to our room on your own?"
"I'm no damsel in distress."
"Obviously. I never would have fallen for you if you were, mi reina."
Her heart fluttered and she kissed him.
"Go find your cousin. And you enjoy the pampering you deserve."
He squeezed her hand before marching toward the nearest elevator. She watched his every movement, still hardly able to believe she was so lucky to be marrying him and that he was eager to be her baby's dad. If she had to deal with his idiot cousin on their wedding weekend, it was only a small inconvenience. Chapter 10. Ariana finished her second green smoothie, set it aside, then closed her eyes. The hot tub's jets relaxed her so much she could fall asleep right there. The water temperature had been lowered to make it safe for Rita's baby, but even so, it was heavenly. "Is it supposed to be getting dark already?" Maya asked. Ari opened one eye and looked out the large picture window next to them. It wasn't even dinner time. The sunset should still have been hours away, yet the sky had darkened considerably in the last few minutes. "No," Rita said, "but I heard it might rain a little." "A little?" Olivia asked. "Those clouds are angry. I think we're in for a thunderstorm." Rita yawned. "At least tonight's dance is indoors." "You aren't even concerned a little?" Olivia asked. "It's just a storm. It's part of life around here." Olivia wrapped her arms around herself. "It's unsettling, especially in an old building like this." "Like this?" Maya looked at her twin like she was crazy. "This hotel is the most luxurious place I've ever stayed. I can hardly believe Grayson paid for everything." Rita's expression softened. "He's generous like that." Maya turned to Ariana. "You're quiet. Everything okay?" Ari's stomach twisted. She needed to bring up the drawing she found, but she didn't want to upset Rita. The longer she put it off, the harder it would be. She's probably normal, Olivia said. You know, worried about the impending storm. Is that it? Maya asked. Yeah. The word tumbled out of Ari's mouth before she'd figured out what she'd say. See? Olivia said. Storms creep out normal people, especially in an old building like this. Sure, the parts we've seen are beautiful, but I know the history of this place. It was an old mansion that got dilapidated and almost condemned before someone restored it and saved the building. You think it's haunted? Rita asked. Maya covered her eyes. Not you, too. It was only a question. One of the ladies who worked at the spa brought in a platter of fruits. Is anyone ready for snacks? Yes, Rita said quickly. What's it like here when the weather gets stormy? I haven't worked here long. The woman set the tray on the side of the hot tub. But I believe there's a generator if the power goes out. What about the phone lines? Olivia asked. If those go out, we don't have cell signals. I'm not sure. Do you want me to ask someone who has worked here longer? No, Rita said. We just want to enjoy this time. How much longer until our massage sessions? She looked at the time. You have about a half hour. Ariana reached for an apple slice, but guilt stung. Rita would probably want to know more about how things are handled during a power outage if she knew about the threatening drawing. Wait, Ari said, as the lady was heading out of the room. She turned around. Yes? Would you mind finding out what usually happens during a storm? Sure thing. Rita groaned. Usually you're so level-headed. What gives? It's good to be prepared. You a Boy Scout now? Rita asked. Ariana grabbed the platter and held out for everyone to easily grab fruit. It was a good distraction. Not that it made her feel any better. That wouldn't happen until she told her friend about the threat. But once she did, Rita's good time would be over. She'd be rightfully freaked out. Thankfully, everyone grabbed something to eat, and the attention was off Ariana. Olivia gasped. Ari whipped her head side to side, expecting to see someone holding a knife. What? Maya exclaimed. Olivia pointed to the window. What? Maya repeated. Lightning! There was a flash. Didn't you see it? I didn't see anything. Rita popped a raspberry in her mouth. It lit up the whole sky. Olivia frowned. I saw it. At least we're inside. Ariana tried to smile. And soon we'll all be lying in rooms with soothing music for our massages. That's right, Maya said. It's going to be heavenly. Which one did you pick? I'm getting the one that includes a scalp massage. I can hardly wait. Is that the one where they put oils in your hair? Rita asked. Yeah, I'm totally going to need to shampoo after that. Nice. I'm obviously getting the prenatal massage. She turned to Ariana and Olivia. What did you two choose? Olivia spoke first. I was stuck between the oily scalp and the one that focuses on massaging the hands and feet. I went with that one. Everyone turned to Ariana. She nearly blurted out about the threatening picture, but managed to keep quiet. I picked the hot stone massage. That one sounds amazing, Rita sighed. We'll have to compare stories afterward. They talked about what they were looking forward to with each type of treatment while they finished off the fruit platter. It was almost enough for Ariana to forget about the threat. Almost. The lady who brought in the food returned. She suggested to dry off and get ready to be called back to their private rooms. In the luxurious changing room, They put on the softest, thickest robes Ariana had ever had the pleasure of wearing. The masseuses came in one by one, taking each of them back to different rooms. A beautiful woman with braided hair introduced herself as Kiki. She led Ariana to a dim room that smelled like a flower garden. She made small talk as she helped her onto the table. After Ari was settled, Kiki asked a few questions about her preferences, then told her a little about the hot stones. It was enough to make Ariana forget her problems. Before long, she was in a state halfway between awake and asleep, between Kiki's magical fingers and the hot rocks on her back. The rest of the world disappeared from her thoughts. After just 5 minutes, Kiki said the session was over. Ariana blinked a few times. It took her a moment to find her voice. "I thought it was supposed to be an hour." Kiki grinned. "It's shocking how fast the time flies, isn't it?" "Apparently." "I'll give you a few minutes to get dressed, and then I'll take you to the facial room to meet with your friends." "Thanks." It took Ari a minute to get herself off the table. She used the warmed towels to get some of the oils off her skin before climbing back into the robe that felt like wearing a warm hug. Kiki talked the whole way to the facial room, which was a larger version of the space she'd just left. Rita and Olivia were already there, looking at some items on a counter. Maya came in a few minutes later, her oily hair sticking out in a dozen different directions. After they all decided on their next treatments, they each sat in chairs next to each other, hardly saying anything. They were all too relaxed. The facials only added to it. Much more of this, and Ariana might never be able to speak again. Not that it seemed like a bad thing. Those two went by in what felt like no time. Soon they were being led down another hall for their pedicures. Ariana was certain she'd fall asleep during that. This was far more pampering than she was used to. Sure, she treated herself to a spa day once in a while, usually with her friends, but it was never like this. It had to cost Grayson a small fortune. She did fall asleep. Deep, dreamless, and thoroughly relaxing. Rita shook her awake. Ariana wiggled her toes, checking out her nails. They were a beautiful burgundy color. All 4 of them got the same shade, as it matched the dresses the bridesmaids would be wearing. The same woman who'd brought them the fruit platter led them back to the area where the hot tub was and told them they had an hour to use any of the pools, the hot tub, or rainforest room. She brought in more fruits and green smoothies. Ariana rubbed her stomach. "I'm going to be too full for dinner after this." They all agreed, but that didn't stop them from grabbing the drinks or more food. "I don't know about you all," Maya said, "but I'm dying to check out the rainforest room." "I've been to a similar one on a cruise," Rita said. "It was amazing. I can't wait to see if this one is similar." The rooms were all humid and had the sounds of birds chirping. One room had a light mist spraying from every angle, another had a pool, and another had a bed of hot stones. They went from one to the other, and before they knew it, their time was up. "I just want to climb into bed and sleep forever," Ariana said. "All I want is a shower." Maya pulled on her oily hair. Once they were all cleaned and dressed, they gathered their personal items from the lockers. Maya groaned. "I forgot the code I chose." Olivia typed 4 numbers on the keypad. The locker opened. "How'd you know?" Maya exclaimed. "Because you always choose the same one." Rita chuckled before opening hers. Then she shrieked. Ariana's heart skipped a beat and most of her relaxation drained away. "What?" Rita just pointed to the locker. On top of her purse lay a dead cockroach, its legs pointing up to the ceiling. Chapter 11. Ariana squeezed Damon's hand as they entered the restaurant. Her heart was still racing from the cockroach. After seeing that, she had no other choice but to finally tell Rita about the drawing. She showed her the picture she'd taken of it. Rita hadn't seemed half as rattled as Ariana, saying that Mateo was behind it all. But it was a big leap to go from whoopee cushions and faking a drowning to death threats. And in Ariana's mind, both the drawing and the bug were threats, especially when taken together. Besides, how would Mateo have gotten into Rita's locker? He'd have had to know her code. Despite Ari's doubts, Rita had held her head high and insisted it was Mateo. Said he was probably mad that he'd been kicked out of the wedding party and replaced by Damon, and that's why he was going to such extremes. Ariana wasn't so sure. When they reached the restaurant, the former groomsman wasn't there. So maybe Rita was right. He could have left, not wanting to even watch his cousin get married after being dishonored. Grayson and Rita waved them over. The rest of the wedding party was already gathered around them. All the remaining guests were at other tables, and the room was loud with conversation. Rita spoke excitedly about the masquerade ball that would follow dinner. Since nobody else was discussing Mateo or the threats, Ariana didn't bring them up. However, they wouldn't leave her mind. There was a security guard staying close to Rita, so that gave her some comfort. Right now, he stood against a wall, keeping his gaze in their direction. If a stick figure drawing and a dead cockroach were the worst of it, she'd be glad. The lights flickered overhead. Ari glanced up, then out the window next to their table. It was darker than it should be for dinner time this time of year. A bright light zigzagged across the sky, illuminating the forest below. A storm definitely brewed outside. Rita, still talking about the upcoming dance, pulled Ariana from her thoughts. She tried to match the bride's enthusiasm and focus on that. She loved dancing with Damon, and they rarely had a reason to anymore. "We've hired a professional photographer," Rita said, "so make sure you show up early to get your pictures taken. If you don't have a date, you can stand with your groomsman partner for the wedding ceremony. Or pick a random guy. It doesn't matter." She laughed. "This is all in good fun. I don't want anyone being too serious at our wedding." "Do we have to wear masks for the portraits?" Damon asked. "It's up to you," Rita said. "The pictures will be taken outside the ballroom. Once inside, your masks are glued to your faces. They don't come off at all." "What if we don't want photos?" Emerson asked. "Too bad," Rita said. "We want them for our album." Javier was the only one not talking. Either he was worried about Mateo or cooking up another prank. Hopefully the first, because if the latter, he'd be the next to get kicked out of the wedding party. "Are you okay?" Ari asked him. He turned to her, surprise in his eyes. "My best friend is missing. Am I supposed to be celebrating?" "You expect us to believe that?" Maya asked. "After that fake drowning incident last night?" Javier glared at her. "He wouldn't have taken off without telling me, or without taking his inhaler. If his asthma is that serious, surely he has a spare." "I know my cousin." Javier looked away. As he did, another bolt of lightning lit the sky. A moment later, the lights flickered again. A shiver ran down Ariana's back, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. because the waiter brought drinks and appetizers. Even though she wasn't hungry, she found herself sipping wine and nibbling on crab cakes. Rita continued talking about the masquerade ball, and Javier looked around the room wordlessly, paying attention to neither food nor drink. If Javier was honestly worried about Mateo, could he actually be in trouble? Were they all ignoring obvious clues and letting precious hours slip by while he was missing? Ariana knew firsthand how important the first hours in a disappearance were. "Do you really think something's wrong?" she asked him. He turned to her. "I already told you that." "Should we start a search party?" "What would be the point?" Javier asked. "Everyone thinks he's pulling a prank." "If he's not, then we need to do something." "Stop encouraging him," Rita said. "He's in on the joke. If those two think faking a death is funny, then they'll have no problem pretending someone is missing." "I'm not pretending." Javier cracked his knuckles. Ariana didn't have time to respond because the meals arrived. The waiter moved seamlessly as he placed one plate after another in front of each person. Everyone dug into their food, except Javier, who only picked at his. Ariana watched him from the corner of her eyes as she stuffed herself. The aromas were too mouthwatering to ignore, and she had to try everything in front of her, despite having filled up on fruit in the spa. She would dance the night away, so she'd likely burn off more than she ate anyway. The lights flickered again. If anyone else noticed, they didn't say anything. The lady at the spa never got back to them about the protocol for a power outage, but it probably didn't matter because the hotel had a generator. Even if the impending storm did knock out the lights, they would only be in darkness for a few minutes at the most. Not that it mattered if they had a potential killer in their midst. Why else would someone draw that horrible picture? If they didn't mean harm, at the very least they wanted to scare Rita. Nobody would make such a vile sketch if they didn't want to upset anyone. The longer Mateo stayed away, the more likely it seemed he was behind the picture. Chapter 12. To my one and only. You haven't alleviated my anger. It's growing worse. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep control over it. We're meant to be together. You and me. Only us. But somehow you can't see that. You won't even look my way, refusing to acknowledge my existence. It's like you don't even know I'm alive. Yet my every thought is consumed by you. I must have you. We will be together. I'll do anything to get your attention. To get you. Then everyone will fawn over us. We'll be center stage. You'll see. You won't be able to ignore me forever. That much I promise. All my love. Your one and only. Even if you don't realize it yet, you will. I promise. Chapter 13. Masks on or off? The photographer held the camera in position. On, Rita said quickly, not giving Grayson a chance to object. They would have plenty of other pictures this weekend without the masks. It was a masquerade ball, after all. He put his arm around her and kissed her cheek. A bright light flashed as the photographer snapped a picture. Great. Now let's get one with you two looking this way. Rita gave her best smile, and the light flashed again, this time temporarily blinding her. Beautiful, just gorgeous. A bright dot covered her vision every time she blinked as she and Grayson entered the dance hall. It was like stepping into another time period, perhaps joining a king and queen for a big Victorian-era event, But in this case, as the bride and groom, she and Grayson were the royalty. The only thing that didn't fit the time period was the loud music playing over the speakers. The playlist was a mix of the current chart toppers and favorite songs she and Grayson had picked out. Several couples were already dancing. It was fun to guess who was who, given the masks and formal wear. When she'd sent the invites for the weekend, she'd specifically asked all the women to wear dresses they hadn't already worn to other events. Grayson led her to the dance floor, then pulled her close. "Can you believe we'll be getting married tomorrow? We're getting closer and closer to the big ceremony." Her heart fluttered at the thought, and she grinned. "I can hardly wait. I'm so glad we have all these other events to keep us busy and distracted. I'd probably be an excited mess if I was just sitting around." "I'm glad you're having a good time." He traced her jaw with his thumb before kissing her gently on the lips. She could hardly feel the ground beneath her feet. It was almost too good to be true that they were getting married in a few short hours. The hairs on the back of her neck rose, and a chill ran down her spine. Again? Now? She whipped her head around, looking for anyone anomalous in the crowd. But everyone was paired off and paying attention to their dance partners. Nobody was alone. No one looked her way. But why did it feel like she was the center of someone's attention? "Are you okay?" Grayson asked. She focused on him and gave him her best smile. "Couldn't be better." He lifted a brow. Rita still hadn't told him about the drawing Ariana had found, and she didn't plan to bring it up now. They were going to enjoy this ball and get married the next day. Nothing was going to get in the way of that. She'd see to it personally. If someone wanted to try and sabotage her life, they could wait until after her honeymoon, or deal with the consequences of trying to mess with her now. "Are you sure you're okay?" Grayson asked. "You seem lost in thought." She looked into his eyes. "Lost in your arms." He grinned. "I'm not sure I buy that, but I'll take it for now. If something's bothering you, let me know. We're a team." "You're the first person I'd tell anything to." She was just putting off telling him about the cockroach and the drawing. There was no definitive proof that either one of those were actually placed where they were to be a threat to her. The bug could have just happened to have been there, and the drawing could have been done by a kid with an overactive imagination. It was possible. And for now, that was the story she was going with. If things changed, then she'd bring them up to her fiancé. For now, she wanted to enjoy the ball. Lights continued to flash outside in the hallway. After each one, a new couple or group stepped into the room. The dance floor was filling up quickly with masked beauty queens and kings. It was exactly as she'd imagined. Best of all, there hadn't been a single prank all day. With Javier on his best behavior and Mateo doing whatever he was doing, everything was going as planned. When Grayson asked if she wanted to take a break, she realized she was parched. They headed to the fancy snack tables. She inhaled half the punch bowl, but still found herself thirsty. People came up to them, gushing over how gorgeous they both were. Her belly was impossible to hide in the emerald green dress she'd picked for the evening. It hadn't been so pronounced when she'd tried it on a week earlier, but she still rocked it. So, who cared if it made her identity easier to figure out? She was the bride. Everything went dark and quiet. A clap of thunder shook the outside wall. Some kids shrieked. The lights and music turned back on as quickly as they disappeared. Then the DJ stopped the song to speak into a mic.
The storm is getting worse outside, but don't worry. If the power goes out completely, the generators will kick in and start working within 10 minutes. Let's get back to partying. Some people cheered. There you are. Ariana appeared next to Rita. Damon and I were trying to catch up with you on the dance floor, and then you disappeared. I'm not going anywhere. I've been looking forward to this ball for so long. Do you need anything? Ari asked. Just for the lights to stay on. I'm not sure what I can do about that, but if I can find a way to ensure they do, I will. Rita hugged her. Just go have fun. You don't have to fuss over me all weekend. Enjoy yourself. I'm your maid of honor. Not tonight. You're a guest on a date with your hubby. Forget about me. The lights flickered. Maybe I should put you on light duty, Rita teased. But seriously, dance the night away. You deserve it. Ariana gave her another hug. Did I mention how insanely gorgeous you look tonight? No, I'd remember that compliment, but thank you. And you're smoking hot yourself. Rita touched her bare shoulder and made a hissing sound. The two couples made their way to the dance floor. Soon Rita lost sight of Ari and Damon among the crowd. Though there were only about 50 people there for the weekend, they really filled the space. Just as the song was winding down, the lights turned off for a few seconds. Rita pulled closer to Grayson. This is making me nervous. Don't worry, mi amor. They have generators, remember? Everything will be fine. The lights turned off completely. The music stopped. Thunder boomed and shook the wall again. This time, the power didn't turn back on. How long did he say it would take for the generators to start working? Rita asked. 10 minutes, I think. That seems like a long time. He squeezed her hand. It's a big building. Several small lights turned on and shone around as people used their cell phones as flashlights. It was amazing how many people carried them, even though there was no signal on the property. Grayson turned on his, too. See? We're all fine. Do you have yours? Where would I put it with this dress? I swear, designers make women's clothing, so we're forced to buy purses. He held out his phone. Take it. Then what will you have? Grayson whipped out a skinny flashlight no bigger than his hand from his pocket. Luckily, designers give men plenty of storage space. That's convenient. She grabbed his flashlight. You keep your phone. I'm going to check on my grandma. He gave her a quick kiss. I'll check on the kids. I'm sure Sophia is freaking out, and my parents could use some help with her. They parted ways, and Rita weaved around the guests. A group of teens laughed as they used their phone lights to make scary faces at each other. She envied their ability to find the best in the situation without a care in the world. Some couples danced despite the lack of music, but most milled around the room in various states of nervousness. Rita's grandmother was at a table with a plate of food. Her mask sat next to it. Abuelita, how are you? Rita sat next to her. She smiled sweetly. I'm fine. Don't give me a second thought. Go enjoy your party. You don't need anything. I've got these cupcakes. You know how I love sugar. Rita smiled. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got my sweet tooth from you. Then you know I'm happy here. Go. Don't worry about this old woman. What old woman? Rita kissed her cheek. All I see is this young beauty in front of me. She waved Rita off. Off with you, before your nose starts growing. Rita snickered. Fine, for now. But I'll be back. Her grandma's only response was to bite into one of the cupcakes. Enjoy your sugar.
She nodded and waved her off again. Rita got up and looked around for Grayson. It was impossible to tell who was who, given the only lighting was from cell phones. Suddenly, she had to go to the bathroom. Desperately. Either from the change in positions or because the baby had moved. But regardless of the cause, she needed to find a restroom right away. There wasn't anything in the ballroom. She'd have to go out into the hallway. At least the power would be back on soon. If not on its own, then from the generators. Rita hurried to the hall. As soon as she stepped out, the tiny hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She shone the light around. No one was there. But the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. Chapter 14. Rita raced down the hallway, using the tiny flashlight to find the nearest women's restroom. After hurrying in, she shone the light on the floor, checking the stalls. All empty. She locked herself in the middle one, then emptied her bladder. It was surprising how often she needed to use the bathroom these days. She'd always heard stories about pregnancy, but reality was even crazier than the tales she'd heard. Just as she was about to flush, the door creaked open. Her breath caught in her throat. The door closed. No footsteps sounded. Maybe someone had started to go in, then opted not to? A guy who'd accidentally gone to the wrong restroom, perhaps. She reached for the handle to flush. Breathing sounded. Rita froze. Her heart pounded so loudly she couldn't hear anything else. This was crazy. She was letting a dead bug and a child's drawing get the best of her, just because a storm had made the power go out. She took several deep breaths. So did someone else. She swore under her breath. Maybe it wasn't as bad as she was imagining. What if the breathing sounds were just a fan, or something else as easily explained? She flushed and kept her attention on the floor. Her eyes were adjusting now, and if anyone started walking around, she'd be able to see the movement. Nobody moved. No feet walked outside the stall. Not a sound came from the other side of her door. Beads of sweat formed around her hairline. She struggled to breathe normally. This was no time to be weak. She had a baby to protect, a daughter, and a wedding in less than 24 hours. Too much was on the line to let anyone or anything get in the way of her bright future. She slowly unlocked the stall, listened, waited, pulled open the door. Creak? Perfect. Rita looked around. The shadows created strange shapes on the walls and floors. They all looked like ghouls and gargoyles. It was all her imagination. She straightened her back and held the pencil-like flashlight like a weapon. Hello? Silence. Is someone in here? Nothing. Her mouth was now even drier than it had been before she drank all the punch, which was probably the reason she'd had to go to the bathroom so badly in the first place. She cursed herself for gulping down so much of it. Too late to be mad at herself now. She shone the light around. Didn't see anyone. But she also couldn't see around the small row of stalls. It was the perfect pocket of space for a person to hide. A few beats of silence passed. It was entirely possible she was overreacting, making things up in her head, letting her imagination get the best of her. Rita set down the flashlight on the counter, aimed toward the door. If anyone approached, she'd see them. There'd be no hiding. If anyone was there, they weren't moving. She washed her hands quickly, keeping an eye on the mirror. Nobody stepped out of the shadows. While drying her hands, the door opened and closed quickly. If she hadn't just used the bathroom, she'd have emptied her bladder right there. She dropped the towel, left it on the floor, grabbed the flashlight and stepped over to where she could see around the stalls, shone the light on the space. Empty. She leaned against the wall and gasped for air. It was a good thing she was alone, and nobody could see how foolish she was being. All because the power was out. Weren't the generators supposed to start working soon? It seemed like hours had passed, even though it had probably only been a few minutes. At least with all this time passing, the lights were sure to turn on any second. She waited. Waited some more. In darkness. The last thing she wanted was to open that door. If she hadn't imagined someone being in here, they were likely waiting for her outside. Why else come in and leave without using the toilet? It could be only to scare her. Or worse. She didn't want to think about the worse. Rita stared at the ceiling, willing the lights to turn on. It would be a lot harder for someone to get away with harming her in the light. But the darkness remained. How long did it take for a generator to start working? A terrible thought struck her. What if someone had messed with the generators? If that was the case, then the lights wouldn't turn back on. She was inside the bathroom with a crazy person waiting for her outside. But that was the worst-case scenario. What were the chances of that actually being true? She pressed her palms on her belly. I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. I promise. Rita's pulse quickened as she waited. She flashed back to the room she'd been held in against her will. No, she wouldn't think about that. This was completely different. Tomorrow was her wedding day, and she was going to be there. Nothing would keep her from it. She wasn't a victim. Whoever was waiting for her was going to get a surprise. She would fight back. Get away. She shone the light around the room. The only exits were the door and a tiny window up high. Even if she could reach it, there was no guarantee she'd fit through. Not with her belly. That left only one option. She needed to find a way out of the door that would ensure her and her baby's safety. One option was to burst out as fast as she could and hope to surprise the person enough for her to make a quick escape. Another thing she could do was look around the room for something that could be used as a weapon and come out fighting. She'd look stupid if nobody was out there waiting to attack. But the power was off, so who would see her? She looked around the bathroom again. The only things she could carry out were the garbage can and the fancy little soap dispensers. What was she supposed to do with those? Squirt someone to death? As ridiculous as it was, she put the flashlight in her mouth to see in front of her, then grabbed the trash can. She inched toward the door, careful not to make a sound. The can was nearly as big as she was, and it was awkward to maneuver. But what other choice did she have? Her pulse thrummed in her ears, making it hard to hear anything. She stopped and took measured breaths until she could hear normally again. After this, she was going to finally give in and learn the self-defense that Ariana and Damon taught. Her best friend made that her life, and Rita knew nothing about it. She never wanted to think about what she'd been through before, and figured she'd already lived through a nightmare, so she didn't have anything to worry about. Surely nothing bad would happen twice. Clearly that was wrong. But now she needed to focus so she could get out of this situation. The thoughts of the threatening drawing and the dead bug in her locker made her stomach turn. Someone was definitely after her, and had to be waiting outside the door. Considering the generators still hadn't turned the power back on, That person had to have done something to them. Rita trembled and nearly dropped the garbage can. Then she regrouped, took a deep breath, stood tall. Her tormentor wasn't going to keep her trapped in the bathroom. She was leaving, and then she would march straight to the ballroom and continue dancing with her fiancé. Tomorrow they would get married, celebrate with loved ones, then leave for their honeymoon. That would all happen as soon as she left the bathroom. Once she could get her feet to move, which they weren't. She fought with her legs, sticks of jelly that barely supported her weight, but finally managed one step. Another. Perfect. Now she just needed to get out into the hallway. Rita held her breath as she shuffled to the door. Her hand shook as she reached out. She struggled to balance the garbage can with only one arm. Somehow she managed to grab the handle, pull it. Her heart threatened to explode from her chest as she stepped into the hallway that was somehow darker than the bathroom. A hand squeezed her arm. Rita dropped the flashlight. It fell into the trash. She threw the garbage can at the person and screamed. Then she ran. Chapter 15. Ariana froze in place. That was definitely a scream. It sounded like Rita. Her stomach dropped and her breath hitched. She pulled her phone from her clutch and shone the light around the room. Rita was nowhere to be seen. The scream in the hallway had to have been her. She bolted for the door. "Where are you going?" Damon called and quickly caught up. "Didn't you hear that?" She skidded to a stop once outside the ballroom, shone her light around. Something lay on the ground down the hall. "No!" She raced in that direction. Damon's footsteps sounded behind her. Ari stopped when she got close. It wasn't Rita. Just a trash can and a bunch of crumpled paper towels. "What happened here?" Damon asked. "I don't know, but that scream had to be Rita. It sounded just like her." "Where is she?" "That's what I want to know." She looked around. "I'm going to find her. You go the way we came, and I'll go this way." "You think I'm leaving you alone with everything that's been happening?" "I love you, but I don't need rescuing. We have to find Rita. She's pregnant and someone wants her dead." Damon didn't argue. He hurried in the direction Ariana told him to go. She raced the other way. "Rita?" Her phone's light wasn't nearly bright enough. What she needed was for the power to come back on. It was supposed to take 10 minutes. It felt like it had been hours, though realistically it was probably no more than 15 or 20 minutes. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen Rita leave the ballroom, so there was no telling how long she'd been gone. 2 minutes? 10? And if the person who'd drawn that horrible picture had followed her? Ariana shook her head. She couldn't think like that. Sure, things were going sideways and fast, but that didn't mean Rita was necessarily in trouble. It also didn't mean that she wasn't. She struggled to breathe normally as she made her way down the hall. "Rita?" Nobody answered. Ari picked up her pace and continued shining the light all over. There were many halls branching off the main one, and her friend could have gone down any of them. "Rita!" Crash! Ariana gasped. She spun around as the disturbance had come from behind her and shone her light on every surface she could, peering through the darkness into every crack or crevice. She darted in the direction of the noise, crashed into someone. Ariana yelled. The other person yelled. The voice was familiar. "Rita?" Ariana said. "Ari?" Rita gasped for air. "What's going on?" Ari shone her light behind her friend.
Someone's after me. Rita grabbed Ariana's arm, then pulled her toward the ballroom. Come on. Who is it? I don't know. She yanked harder. Ariana struggled to keep up. What happened? I had to pee. Someone followed me to the bathroom. They came in, then stepped out. A tease, maybe? To scare me? I waited for the generator to restore the lights, but it never kicked on. When I got up the nerve, I ran. But they were waiting. I screamed and threw a trash can at them, then they chased me down the hall. Where is he now? Ari looked around. No idea. Don't even know if it's a he. Didn't see or hear anything defining. You sure someone was there? They grabbed my arm. I'm going to have bruises on my wedding day. Rita screamed. What? Rita pointed toward the ballroom. A male figure was heading their way. Don't come near us, Rita yelled. You're outnumbered. The lights flickered overhead. Then they flooded on. It was Damon headed their way. Rita leaned against Ariana, gasping for air. He ran toward them. Is everything okay? Someone followed Rita into the bathroom and tried to attack me. Rita held up her arm. Sure enough, there were red, swollen marks on her skin. We can cover those with makeup tomorrow, Ariana said. Nobody'll know the difference. Damon looked down the hall. Where'd he go? Rita rubbed her marks. I don't know that it was a he. Men don't usually have nails that long. I'll find him or her. He raced down the hall. Do you want to wash that off? Ariana asked. If she cut your skin with her nails, germs could have gotten in there, and I just want Grayson. Is he still in the ballroom? As far as I know. Ariana wrapped an arm around Rita, then guided her toward the dance hall. How are you doing? I'm fine. My attacker was nothing compared to the one that I dealt with before. She only had the disadvantage because of the dark. They came to the ballroom, which was filled with people in formal wear, some in masks and others not, wandering around. Grayson ran over. He pulled Rita into his arms. There you are. What happened? She told him about the attack. His brows drew together. This is getting out of hand. We need to call the police. No, I don't want anything getting in the way of our wedding. If the cops come around and our guests are going to freak out and leave. The ceremony is hours away. We can get through this. I'm not letting some psycho get in the way of our marriage. If someone is out to get you, they need to go down. Rita stepped back and crossed her arms. I'm serious. This is our wedding. I'm not about to let anyone get in the way. Ariana stepped between them. How about this? I'll talk with someone at the front desk. They can have the staff keep an eye on things. Does that sound like a good plan? Before either could respond, Rita's mom ran over to her. Your abuela is missing. Rita's mouth fell open. What do you mean, missing? She's gone. How far could she go? Rita exclaimed. She has arthritis and can barely walk. We need to find her. Rita's face paled, and she took a step back. Grayson rested a hand on her shoulder and steadied her. I'll ask around and find out if anyone has seen her. We're in the middle of nowhere, so it isn't like she wandered into traffic. She's safe. We just have to find her. Rita frowned. Unless that woman went after her. What woman? Rita's mom asked. Ariana pulled her away from the bride and groom. Tell me about your mother-in-law, Mrs. Fuentes. I'll help you look for her. Like Grayson said, she couldn't have gone far. Mrs. Fuentes glanced back at him. This place you picked is dangerous. First your groomsman goes missing, now my husband's mother. Ariana pulled her father away from them. Does she get confused? Maybe she... No. She's sharp as a nail. Who are you, anyway? I'm Rita's best friend. She scowled. Of course, I don't even know my own daughter's best friend.
We'll find your mother-in-law.
You don't know that.
I'm certain. Ariana started to lead her toward the hallway when Xander ran up to them, his eyes wild. Ari's stomach knotted. She wasn't sure she could take any more bad news. Is everything okay? She asked her younger brother.
Alonzo's missing.
Grayson's son? The boy was only 5 years old. Xander nodded.
Brayden and I were supposed to be watching him, but he disappeared. He thought the power outage was funny and wanted to play hide and seek.
There's your answer. He's just hiding. He's fine.
But we can't find him.
Mrs. Fuentes scowled.
First Mateo, then my mother-in-law goes missing, now that kid. This place is clearly cursed. I knew nothing good could come from a building named Ravenwood.
Nobody's missing. We just have to find them.
Same difference.
Ariana turned to her brother. Do you have any idea where Alonzo might be hiding?
The kids and I have been looking everywhere. We can't find him.
Does Grayson know?
Xander shook his head. We haven't told anyone because nobody wants to get in trouble.
Getting in trouble is the least of anyone's worries. We need to find the boy. Go tell Grayson.
I'm getting Brayden.
Xander bolted from the room. Mrs. Fuentes turned to Ariana.
What is going on here? Did my daughter and that newscaster bring us all here to die?
Ariana chose her words carefully. Of course not. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for everything.
3 missing people in just over a day? That's no coincidence.
She couldn't argue that point. Something nefarious was clearly going on, and they needed to get to the bottom of it before anyone else disappeared. Chapter 16. Everything went black. Ariana looked around, momentarily blinded after having gotten used to the light. Several people gasped and cried out. Worried conversation sounded around her. Mrs. Fuentes spoke angrily in Spanish. Ariana found her phone, then shone the light around. When the anemic beam landed on Rita, she ran over to her friend. Don't go anywhere alone. Promise me.
After what I just went through, there's no way.
How could the power have gone out again? Ariana asked. The generators should have enough power to keep them on for longer than that.
Someone has to be trying to stop the wedding, Rita said.
What makes you think that? Grayson said.
Look at everything that's happened. Everything points to that being the case. The picture, the cockroach, my abuelita going missing.
Ariana cleared her throat. That isn't all. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but nobody can find Alonzo either. Though I'm sure everyone is fine. It isn't like they could have gone far.
We have to find them, Grayson said. Rita's abuelita is so fragile and Alonzo is just a baby himself.
Rita turned to Grayson. What are we going to do? He took a deep breath. Like Ariana said, we're going to find them.
How? The power's out again.
I see that, he snapped. You stay here with Ariana, and I'll come up with something.
Let me help.
No, someone is after you. I'm not letting you disappear too. Emerson will help me figure out what's going on. He ran off. Rita turned to Ariana.
What are we going to do? This is a disaster.
Ariana gave her friend a hug. I'm sure Grayson and his brother will figure something out.
I can't sit around and do nothing. My grandma and stepson are missing. And if I find out Mateo or Javier had anything to do with that...
Her voice trailed off. They'll regret it. That's all I'm going to say at this point. Ariana stepped back and glanced around. Let's talk to my dad. He'll know what to do.
Let's hope. Where is he? I'm not sure. Between the darkness and the masks, it was next to impossible to tell anyone apart. Let's walk around. Ariana kept her hand on Rita as they wandered the ballroom. The bride was not going to disappear on her watch. She'd stay with her all night if that was what it took. Halfway across the room, Ari came to her mom, but not her dad. "Where's Dad?" she asked. Mom lifted her mask. "He heard about Rita's grandma and went looking for her." Ariana groaned. "Do you know what direction he went?" "I'm not sure. He went with Grayson's dad and some other guy out in the hall. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess where they went." Ari turned to Rita. "Stay here with my mom. I'm going to find my dad." "I already told you. I'm not going to sit around waiting." "We can't risk you going missing, too. Please stay with my mom. There's safety in numbers, and there are plenty of people in here. If you insist on doing something, ask the guests if they've seen your grandma or Alonzo." Rita visibly stiffened. "I should be out there." "I know you want to help, but you're safer around a bunch of people." "Fine, but do whatever you can, please." "You know me. I don't do anything halfway." "Thank you. And hurry." "I will." Ariana raced from the room, weaving her way around the people milling about. The tone of the room had turned dark, a stark contrast to the early celebratory mood. Hopefully everyone would turn up quickly, and the lights would come back on, so Rita could continue with the dance she'd put so much effort into planning. The hall was as dark as it had been earlier. More voices sounded this time. She couldn't tell if any were her dad's. They all blended together. What she wouldn't give for a huge flashlight, or better yet, the power returning. She didn't want to think about the possibility of someone cutting it on purpose. But it was looking to be the case the longer everything remained dark. Ari headed in the direction of the front desk. Her dad might have gone that way to let the staff know about the missing people. What a mess. Hopefully everything would turn around for Rita's big day. She asked everyone she passed if they'd seen her dad or any of the missing people, Mateo included. Nobody had. Acid churned in her stomach as she made her way down the hall. She was supposed to turn down a corridor at some point, but everything looked the same in the dark. It was also creepier. The person who had grabbed Rita could be anywhere. Someone bumped into her. A scream stuck in Ariana's throat. She held up her fists to fight. "I have a machete!" "Ari?" Her muscles turned to rubber. It was Dad. "You're walking around with a machete?" he asked. "No, it was the first thing that came to mind, for some reason. Did you find Alonzo or Mrs. Fuentes?" "No, but I spoke to the manager." "Did she call the police?" "The phone lines are out." "What?" She had to have misheard him. "The landlines aren't working?" "No." A cold chill ran through her body. "How is that possible? I thought landlines usually stayed on, even when the power goes out." "Usually, but we're in the middle of the woods. A tree could have fallen on a line in this storm. Wouldn't surprise me at all." "What are we going to do?" "Our best bet is to keep looking for the 3 missing people and wait for the lights to come back on." "You don't think driving to the nearest police station is the best idea?" she asked. "Nobody's going to want to come all the way out here with all the wind and lightning. And I bet that all 3 people are in the building, each with a reasonable explanation." "I hope so." She wanted to argue, but he was probably right. "Wait,
Doesn't the fact that someone cornered Rita and grabbed her make it look like someone is trying to hurt people? Wouldn't the police come out for that?
It would depend on the severity of the storm. They aren't going to put their officers' lives on the line unless there's a credible threat. There are a lot of things to consider.
Ariana started to object, but the lights came on. Cheering sounded down the hall. Dad gave her a knowing look.
At least now we have the power on our side. Let's return to the ballroom and organize some search parties.
That's the best idea I've heard all night.
Let's also hope the power stays on.
Don't give it any ideas. The last thing I want—
What's that?
Dad turned toward a dim hallway. Ari whipped her head in the direction. A large potted plant blocked her view. Where? He marched around the plant and stopped. His eyes widened, and he swore. She raced over.
Don't!
Dad held out a hand. But it was too late. She already saw it. Mateo's body lay in the middle of the hallway, a knife sticking out of his chest, a large pool of blood surrounding him. Chapter 17. The ballroom spun around Rita. She stared at Ariana, trying to make sense of her words. Mateo was dead? Grayson breathed heavily.
I need to see him.
Rita pulled on Grayson's arms. No, you'll never get that image from your mind. Remember him alive and well.
I need to see that it's Mateo with my own eyes.
He turned to her, a tear trailing its way down his cheek.
I have to.
Both Ari and her dad saw the body. If they say it's him, it's him. We need to—
Mateo's one of my best friends.
Grayson pulled away from her grip, then bolted toward the door. Rita hurried after him. Then I'm going with you. He didn't slow down until he reached Ariana. After asking where the body was, he darted down the hall. Rita didn't catch up until he skidded to a stop near a potted plant. Looking down, he released an animalistic howl. He crumpled to his knees and reached for his cousin. Don't touch him! Rita lunged for him. Grayson yanked his hands back and threw her a questioning look. Tears shone in his eyes. Her heart broke for him. She knelt next to him, wrapped her arms around him, rocked gently side to side. If your fingerprints are on him, the police might think you're guilty. Everyone heard you chew him out at the pool. It'll look much worse than it is.
I can't believe he's dead.
His voice cracked.
Who would do this?
A lump formed in her throat, more for Grayson than Mateo. She'd barely known the guy, and he hadn't made the best first impression. But he still didn't deserve this. And her fiancé definitely didn't deserve to have one of his best friends killed the night before their wedding. Grayson trembled and buried his face against her chest, heaving sobs. Rita rubbed his back, fighting tears of her own. We'll find whoever did this and make sure they pay.
Who would murder him?
He repeated. Probably the same person who tried to grab me. He looked up at her, his eyes bloodshot, the skin around them red and puffy.
You said it was a woman?
I'm not sure. The person had long enough nails to dig into my skin. Maybe it was a guy? I really don't know because it was too dark.
We need to clear the scene,
said a gruff male voice. Rita looked up to see a guy wearing a hotel uniform. His best friend just died, and we aren't disturbing any evidence.
He frowned. Fine. Don't touch anything.
We're not. Grayson turned back to Mateo's body.
We'll make sure the person who did this pays. I swear.
Then he broke down again. Rita continued rubbing his back. Nothing she said would help, so she kept quiet while he mourned. Her mind raced, trying to figure out who would come after her and also kill Mateo. Her own family had reasons for being against the wedding, but they wouldn't have anything against Grayson's cousin. None of it made sense. Unless there were two crazies in the building. She shuddered at the thought. Grayson turned to her, his eyes more swollen than they had been before.
Are you okay? I shouldn't make you sit here next to a dead body. We should go back to our suite.
What about the ball? He scowled.
It's over.
Obviously, most of our guests are there. We should let them know what's going on, or at least tell everybody to return to their rooms. Grayson buried his face in his palms.
His parents and siblings are in there. I can't do this.
Rita couldn't either, but she'd find a way. I'll tell them. He looked at her.
You will?
Yes.
I can't put that on you.
She laced her fingers through his.
You're going through enough right now. It's the least I could do.
He wrapped his arms around her.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. She rose, then helped him up. We're a team, and you need me. Do you want to meet in our suite?
No, I need to at least be there. And I'm not letting you walk these halls alone while there's a killer on the loose.
Grayson was hardly in any shape to stand up to a murderer, but she kept that thought to herself. Rita squeezed his hand. We'll go in there together. Sobs and wails sounded before they reached the ballroom. Rita turned to him. I think Ariana and her dad spared us from having to tell everyone the bad news. He nodded.
We better get in there to console my relatives.
The room was in complete chaos. Grayson ran over. He embraced his grandparents first, then Mateo's parents. Rita's feet were glued to the floor, and her mind spun out of control. How could any of this be real? The night before the wedding? If it even stood a chance of happening at this point. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Whether or not they had the ceremony tomorrow didn't matter. Only that she was here for Grayson. Someone he'd been close to since childhood had just been murdered. He needed her. Rita raced to his family, then hugged each of them. Though she hadn't met most of them until this weekend, they all squeezed her like she'd been part of the family for years. Alex got everyone's attention.
I'm going to head out and find the local police station. I suggest everyone go to your rooms and lock your doors. Try to get some sleep if you can. Once the officers arrive, they're going to question everyone, and you'll want to be rested. Try to think if you saw anything suspicious, anything that could help them figure out who did this. That'll make the whole process go faster.
Some people moved toward the door with zombie-like expressions. Other people spoke at once, making it impossible to understand anyone. Alex hurried out of the room. Rita jolted. Alonzo, the 5-year-old was still missing, and there was a killer somewhere in the building. After hearing about the murder, they'd somehow pushed him out of their minds. The sweet little boy was okay. He had to be. But they needed to find him. Her grandma hadn't turned up either. She tapped Grayson's shoulder. He turned to her with a dazed look in his eyes. I'm going to look for Alonzo and my abuelita. Color drained from his face.
I'm the worst father in the world. I completely forgot about my son.
You're the best dad.
My boy is missing and I forgot.
He pulled on his hair.
Who does that?
He's in the hotel somewhere. Most likely he's still hiding, not aware the game of hide-and-seek ended. We just have to find him. You can't blame yourself, not after you just found out your cousin was murdered. Clearly you were in shock. We both were. Grayson bolted from the room.
Alonzo! Alonzo, where are you?
Rita glanced around the room. I know everyone is shocked over the death, but we have 2 missing people we need to find. We all need to look for Alonzo and my grandma before everyone heads to their rooms. Neither of them should be alone, and nobody knows where they are. We have to search everywhere. Emerson stepped up.
Everyone stay in pairs. There's a killer on the loose.
You're coming with me. Rita grabbed her future brother-in-law, her mind spinning as she stumbled toward the door. Chapter 18. To my one and only. Do I have your attention now? It's you and me. There are no other options. Unless you want more people to die, including the one you think you love. Pay attention before more people have to get hurt. You can put a stop to it. All you need to do is realize we're meant to be together. And we will be. One way or another. All my love. Your one and only. Even if you don't realize it yet. You will, I promise. You're getting closer. Chapter 19. Alonzo! Mrs. Fuentes! Ariana's voice was getting raw. She stopped and looked around. They were at the fountain near the entrance. Damon turned to the girl at the front desk. You guys are aware of the missing boy and the elderly lady, right? She nodded. Yes, everyone on our staff is keeping an eye out for them. Some are actively searching. This is a huge building, so they're bound to turn up somewhere. Hopefully alive, Ariana muttered. Damon took Ari's hand. We should head back to the ballroom and see if anyone has found them. The main door flung open just as the outdoors lit up from a bolt of lightning. Almost immediately, a crack of thunder sounded. That strike was close. Too close. The next could easily hit one of the trees in the woods and start a fire. Dad stepped inside. Did you already go to the police station? Ari exclaimed. He shook his head, raindrops flying from his hair. Someone slashed my tires. Ariana gasped. Are you serious? Damon exclaimed. I'd be driving my car to the station right now if I could be. Let me see. Ari pulled on Damon. It's dangerous out there. The lightning is close and the killer could be outside. Why else would someone slash his tires? She's right, Dad said. You two stay in here, where the killer also could be. I need to take another car, Dad continued. The charger hasn't been touched. Damon opened his mouth, looking conflicted, but he pulled his key fob out and handed it to Dad. Take it. Make sure people go to their rooms and stay there, Dad said. And that includes you both. The last thing I want is for him to go after you two. Some people went, Ariana said, but a lot of them are searching for the missing people. Just be safe. He hurried over and gave her a hug, then turned to Damon and gave him one. I'll be back soon with the police. Be careful. We will, Damon promised. Hurry. Dad left and Ariana turned to Damon. Why would someone slash his tires? To keep him from going to the cops. What if they destroy your tires now? Nobody else knows he's taking the charger. Come on, we need to check on everyone. Maybe they found Alonzo and Rita's grandma. Ari didn't want to get her hopes up. She also didn't want her dad going out there alone. We should make sure Dad gets to the road safely. Damon looked back and forth between her and the exit. We'll look outside real quick, but then we're coming right back in here. It's dangerous out there. A bright flash of lightning lit up the grounds, as if to prove his point. She took his hand, then they hurried outside. The wind whipped rain against them from all directions, and even shoved her against him. Thunder rumbled in the distance. He pointed toward the parking lot and said something, but she couldn't hear anything over the wind. The sky flashed with a blinding white. Damon pulled her inside, but not before the deafening thunder shook her entire body. By the time the door closed behind them, protecting them from the storm, Ariana was soaked, and her pulse drummed in her ear. "What did you say out there?" she asked. "I couldn't hear you." "The charger is gone. Your dad got out safely. At least that's one less person to worry about. Hopefully the police will be here soon. I can't believe Mateo is dead." "All the more reason to go back to our room. First, let's see if anyone has found Alonzo or Mrs. Fuentes." Hand in hand, they walked back to the ballroom in silence. Ariana's mind raced the whole way, and she tried not to think about the dead body as they passed the corridor where Mateo was. At least one of the hotel's employees stood at the corner, making sure nobody went down to disturb anything. Conversation sounded from the ballroom. A surprising number of people were still there. "Is everyone supposed to return to their rooms?" Damon asked loudly. One of Rita's relatives glared at him. "When my grandma is missing? Fat chance, pal." Damon bristled. "I don't see you out there looking for her. If you aren't doing anything, you should return to your room. There's a killer on the loose." "Maybe it's you. Why are you out here?" The guy narrowed his eyes. "We made sure my father-in-law was able to leave to get the police since someone slashed his tires. What are you doing?" Bella, Rita's youngest sister, ran over. "Someone's slashing people's tires now?" "Not all of them," Ariana reassured her. "My dad took our car." "Someone's trying to trap us here." Bella shook. Ariana felt bad for the girl. She looked like she could still be in high school. "Do you want me to take you up to your room?" "But, Abuelita..." "Somebody can let you know when she's found. Come on, you need some rest." Bella nodded, relenting. "If you promise..." "You have my word." She and Damon headed into the hall with Bella, who continued to shudder. "How can all of this be happening?" "I'm not sure," Ari said. "But the police will be here soon, and they'll get to the bottom of it." "That guy who pretended to drown is really dead?" "Unfortunately." "Who would have done that?" "We don't know," Damon said. "That's why it's important to lock yourself in your room when we get there. Push something against the door if you have to." "Dad said something bad would happen this weekend." Bella sighed deeply. Ariana and Damon exchanged a confused glance. "Why did he say that?" Ari asked. "He's mad at Rita's making decisions without his permission." "But she's an adult." Bella frowned. "In our church, women and girls don't have authority over themselves. According to the rules, Rita never should have divorced Boone. She was supposed to stay faithful, waiting for him to be released from prison." "He's never getting out," Ariana said. "Your dad really expects her to wait for him? Never to have kids or a real marriage?" Right. Marriage is until death, in good times and bad.
Ari's stomach churned acid. That hardly seems fair.
Bella shrugged. That's the way it is. After her divorce, she should have returned to our dad so he could be her authority until he picked out her next husband, if that's what he believed was best for her. But Rita doesn't go to that church anymore, and she makes her own decisions. She isn't under those oppressive rules. The girl's eyes widened. Oppressive? Damon started to say something, but then someone rounded the corner. The sight of him made them all stop in their tracks. It was Alonzo. Ariana could hardly believe her eyes. She ran to the boy. "Are you okay?" "Where's Papi?" He rubbed his eyes. "He's looking for you. Everyone has been so worried. Where have you been?" "I was playing hide and seek and I fell asleep. Nobody ever found me." Ariana wanted to call Rita, but none of the phones had a signal. She scooped him up into her arms. "Let's find your dad and Rita. Everyone will be so happy to see you're safe." "You do that," Damon said. "I'll take Bella back to her room, then meet you in the ballroom." Ariana was halfway there when she remembered that she and Damon were going to stay together because of the killer. Chapter 20. Ariana nearly crashed into Rita and Emerson as she neared the ballroom. Alonzo squirmed to get out of her arms. After she let him down, he threw his arms around Rita's legs. "Mama!" He buried his face against her belly. Rita picked him up and squeezed him. "Where have you been?" He started crying. "I didn't mean to worry you and Papi." "It's okay. I'm just glad you're safe. We need to find your dad and let him know we found you."
"On it."
Emerson ran down the hall without another word. "How did you find him?" Rita asked Ariana. "Damon and I were taking Bella to her room, and he just showed up." She told him about the game of hide and seek that went wrong. Rita squeezed the little boy again. "I'm so happy you're back." They made their way to the ballroom. Instead of the lull of conversation from before, now it sounded like people were arguing.
"You should have been watching your own mother," Grayson's dad accused Rita's dad.
"And you are responsible for your grandson. Everyone knew you and your wife were watching them this weekend. Your loudmouth wife wouldn't stop bragging about it." Grayson's dad held up a fist. Rita stuck a finger and thumb in her mouth and blew an ear-piercing whistle. "Stop! Everyone go to your rooms until we figure out who killed Mateo."
"You found Alonzo!"
Grayson's dad ran over. He took his grandson from Rita.
"Don't ever do that again! We were so worried!"
The boy burst into tears again. Rita gave him an annoyed glance. "Now isn't the time for a reprimand."
"You're going to be too easy on him, I can tell."
"How dare you!" "Stop!" Ariana got in between them. "This isn't the time to turn on each other, not when there's a killer among us. We need to return to our rooms now to stay safe. Everyone, go." Not one person moved. Almost everyone turned back to the person he or she was arguing with before she'd interrupted them. "Did anyone hear me?" Nobody turned her way, so she focused on Alonzo's grandpa. "At least take him to your room. He needs to go to bed. I hope your other grandchildren are already in there waiting for you." He didn't budge. "Or I'll take him to my room," Rita said. His brows furrowed, but at least he left for the hallway, albeit in a huff. Rita rubbed her belly and turned to Ariana. "Now what?" "I'm going to take you to your suite. You need your rest as much as Alonzo does." "How am I going to sleep? My wedding has turned into a massive disaster.
A groomsman is dead, and my abuelita is still missing. Grayson doesn't even know we found Alonzo. Everything is ruined. There's still time for everything to come together for your ceremony tomorrow. Here's what we'll do. I'll get you your jacuzzi bathtub set up so you can take a relaxing bath and... While everything is falling apart around me? Rita exclaimed. Yes. All the pampering from earlier has obviously worn off. What you need is to relax so you can get some sleep. Tomorrow's your big day. The ceremony isn't going to happen. One of Grayson's groomsmen is dead. There's no way he's going to want to go on with the festivities. Everything is a wreck. Ariana put her arms around Rita's shoulders and guided her to the suite, trying to be as encouraging as possible. It was hard, given the valid points the bride-to-be kept bringing up. How could anyone know what would happen the next day? Once in the room, Ariana went straight for the tub. She set it up, making sure to keep the water from getting too hot because of the pregnancy. When it filled, she put the jets on the lowest setting. Flashes of lightning kept streaking across the sky on the other side of the large picture window. Given the amount of rain pelting the glass, it was a miracle she could see any of the bolts. She drew the curtains to block out the storm. When she turned around, Rita was sitting on the bed with tears streaming down her face. Ariana embraced her. Do you want me to stay with you? I was going to see what I could do out there, but no. I want you to look for my abuelita. The thought of her wandering around lost and confused makes me sick. Or with a crazed killer. But Ariana kept that thought to herself. I'm sure she's fine, Ari said. You found Alonzo, and there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. I'm sure it's the same kind of thing with her. You think my elderly grandmother fell asleep while playing hide-and-seek? No, but I'll bet she's fine and has an interesting story waiting to tell us. One day, everyone will look back and laugh about it. I doubt that. There's nothing funny about any of this. Ariana helped her off the bed. Let's get you to the tub. At least you'll feel a little better. Do you need anything else? Tell Grayson where I am when you see him. Definitely. Ari gave her a heartfelt squeeze before heading to the door. Oh, and one more thing? Yeah? Don't let just anyone in. Believe me, I won't. That was a relief, and Ariana felt better for all of 30 seconds, until she was alone in the hallway. Her heart sped up. She looked around and didn't see anyone. Her instinct was to reach for her phone, but it wouldn't do her any good unless she hit someone with it. She raced toward the ballroom, head on swivel, barely able to hear anything over the sounds of her ragged breathing. In her mind, she went over all the self-defense moves she knew, and she knew them well. She and Damon had demonstrated them countless times at school assemblies and televised interviews. Hopefully, it would be enough. There were only so many places she could run and hide, and going outside was out of the question in the storm. Chapter 21. Damon entered the ballroom, then took a quick head count. About half the guests were still there. So much for warning everyone to return to their rooms. At least he'd seen Bella to her room, and Ariana was making sure little Alonzo got back to his parents. People gathered in small groups. A few people picked at the remaining food, while others were clearly arguing. Damon went over to Javier, who was pacing by a window that kept lighting up from the storm outside. Can I do anything? Javier turned to him. He ran a hand through his hair, grabbed a fistful, gave a tortured tug. All of this is my fault. What? Damon exclaimed. How do you figure? I was the one who convinced Mateo to do that stupid prank last night. He pretended to die and now he's really dead. It's only a coincidence. How can you say that? Javier lowered his hand, then picked at a nail that needed a trim. The killer obviously went after him because of that. Everyone was pissed about the fake drowning. We haven't heard the end of it all day. And somebody killed Mateo because of it. That's a stretch. Is it? Because it looks like an obvious hit to me. I never should have given him the idea. It was stupid. But since we always used to play pranks with Grayson, it seemed like a good idea at the time. You know, like a nod to the past. If only I'd never gotten the thought in the first place. Damon grasped Javier's shoulder. You can't blame yourself. The only person responsible is the one who killed him. It should have been me lying there in the pool of blood. Don't say that. Javier's brows drew together. Why not? He didn't deserve it. His life is actually going somewhere. I'm just a waiter. What am I accomplishing? First of all, your job isn't your worth. Second, you're alive, and everyone is glad for that. Nobody wishes harm on you. You don't know that, Javier muttered, and faced the window again. I guarantee your family is glad you're still here. You don't know any of them. But I need to be alone. Javier stepped closer to the glass, fully turning his back to him. It shouldn't have been you. Damon hesitated, wanting to say more, but not knowing what. Finally, he walked away, giving Javier his space. There were several arguments around the room. People were circled up, and the tension was visible. Damon turned to the nearest person. Grayson's cousin? It was so hard to keep track of who was related to who. Did anyone find Rita's grandma yet? The guy gave him a blank look. I wouldn't know. Can you believe Javi's showing his face in here? He and Mateo are probably faking the death again. Maybe Damon was wrong about the guy being on Grayson's side. The death is real this time, and Javier seems really broken about it. He's probably just upset because everyone suspects him. Of killing his best friend? They have a love-hate relationship. Always have. If Mateo pissed him off, I wouldn't put anything past him. Even murder? Damon exclaimed. Somebody killed him, and those two have had some serious fistfights over the years. One of them ended up in the hospital when they were in high school. Damon started to say something, but Grayson stumbled into the room. His hair stuck out in several directions, and he looked around as if he'd never seen the ballroom before. Damon hurried over to him. Are you okay? Where's Rita? Hopefully with Ariana. Did you hear that we found Alonzo? Alonzo's safe? He leaned against the nearest table. Did you see him? Yes, and Ariana took him here personally. Since neither of them is here, I assume she found someone to take him to his room. Grayson looked around, his eyes wide. My dad isn't here either. Hopefully they're all in their room. I'll head there now. Grayson! Someone called from across the room. He turned in the direction of his name. Damon followed his gaze to the same guy he'd just been talking to before Grayson came back. Mateo really looked up to you. Now he's dead. Are you accusing me of something, Trey? He'd still be alive if he weren't here, for your second wedding. It seems fishy. Fishy? I don't know who the killer is. Do you? Because for one, I would do anything for family, and that includes you. and it definitely includes Mateo. Then how'd he end up dead?
Damon started to say something, but somebody beat him to it. Another relative stood between them.
Stop! It won't do any good if we turn on each other. Mateo's dead, Trey snapped. Turning on each other is the least of our problems. Except that someone here killed him. We all need to work together to figure out who that is before they strike again.
If we all work together, then we'll be working with the murderer. Did you think of that?
Enough, Damon said. The police are on the way, and they will figure out who the culprit is. We need to be supporting Grayson, not accusing him.
Grayson whispered a thanks.
Damon grabbed a chair. Let's circle up. Everyone can say what they think. We'll make more progress if we work together.
Trey rolled his eyes. Like I said, if the murderer is in here, it won't do any good. He stormed from the room.
Is he always like that? Damon asked.
Grayson rubbed his temples. We're all on edge. That didn't answer the question, but Damon let it go. He formed a circle with the chairs, then asked everyone in the room to have a seat. Most complied. Some reluctantly, and a few left the room not far behind Trey. A headache was starting to form behind Damon's eyes, but he tried to ignore it. A headache was the least of anyone's problems. Not only did they have a dead groomsman, but someone in the building was the killer. And he might be preparing to strike again. Damon clapped to get everyone's attention.
We're all stressed, but we need to focus.
Focus? A woman who looked a lot like Rita, but older, glared at him.
We need to protect ourselves.
And to do that, we need to focus, Damon said.
With a killer running around?
Yes. Think about it. There are over 50 of us. We far outnumber the killer.
Or killers.
Right. Damon agreed. But unless there are more than 25 people involved in Mateo's death, we still outnumber them. By a lot. If we want to survive until the person is caught, we need to work together.
It could be one of us sitting here.
Everyone looked around with varying degrees of nervousness and suspicion. Damon drew a deep breath and turned to Grayson. What do you think we should do? You're an investigative journalist.
I usually deal with corporate crimes. This is outside my expertise. If one of us was laundering money, I could get to the bottom of that pretty easily. Did you kill Mateo? Asked a voice from behind.
Trey loomed in the doorway.
Me? Grayson asked. You stand to gain the most from his death.
Grayson's mouth fell open.
How does losing one of my best friends benefit me?
Trey marched closer to the circle, but didn't take a seat.
You tell me. I have no idea.
Grayson's voice cracked.
I'm barely holding myself together. If you're going to accuse me of something, don't play games. Just say what you're thinking. You've always thought you're better than the rest of us. Mateo looked up to you. You were his hero. While everyone else wanted to be some celebrity, he wanted to be you.
Trey moved around the outside of the circle slowly, still not sitting.
How does that make me a killer? Grayson demanded. He was my friend more than my cousin. I never wanted any harm to come to him.
Trey continued making his way around the chairs.
So friends are more important than family? Is that what you're saying? I barely know some of my cousins, Grayson said. And I'm starting to doubt how well I ever knew you. Maybe you wanted Mateo dead.
A few gasps sounded around the room.
Me? Trey gestured wildly. Why would I?
Why would I want him dead? Grayson rose from his chair. You're the one who has always been jealous of the three of us being close. You even had a nickname for us. The Three Muskrats, Trey sneered. That's right. Like I said, jealous. Trey finally stopped pacing the circle. He pointed to the floor near Grayson. What's that? Damon leaned forward to look under the groom. A knife stuck out from under the seat. Something red covered the blade. Someone screamed. Grayson leaped up. What the hell? Damon shoved his chair back to get a closer look at the weapon. It looked like a generic knife that would be in anyone's kitchen, and something red was definitely smeared all over it. His heart sank. Had everyone been wrong about Grayson? Who put this here? Grayson demanded. Looks like it fell from your pocket. Trey pointed a finger at him. A bloody knife just fell out of my pocket? Grayson asked. How stupid do you think I am? You tell me. Several people scrambled from their seats. Don't touch it! Damon leaped in front of Grayson's chair. It's evidence. I need a closer look. Grayson reached for a pocket. A number of gasps sounded around the room. I'm getting gloves. Grayson waved around a pair of latex gloves. You carry those around during a masquerade ball? Trey accused. Always. In my line of work, I've learned how necessary they are. There are plenty of documents I don't want to get my fingerprints on. But why am I explaining this to you when one of my best friends is dead and you probably did it? Excuse me? You're the one who's desperate to make me look like the killer. Are you trying to get the attention of yourself for some reason? Grayson arched a brow. Now I know you've lost your mind. Grayson slid on the gloves, then reached for the knife. Chapter 22. Damon's breath hitched as he leaned forward, struggling to get a good view of the knife in the dim lighting. He and Grayson exchanged a knowing look. Grayson held up the weapon. Ketchup? Are you kidding me? He turned to Trey. If you're gonna frame me for murder, at least don't be an idiot. A preschooler can tell the difference between a condiment and blood. I didn't put that there. No? You seem like the most likely candidate. Trey's brows furrowed. How do we know you didn't put it there to make it look like someone is framing you? What kind of lunacy is that? It gets the attention off you. Nobody thought I had anything to do with Mateo's death until you brought up the ridiculous notion. Grayson stepped closer to Trey. Keep that knife away from me. Damon leaped around to stand between them. Let's find a place to put the evidence and let the authorities figure out what's going on with it. I'm all for that. Grayson looked around. But where are we going to put it? There has to be a plastic bag somewhere. Several people got up and looked around. Damon scanned the room, not seeing anything. We should go to the front desk. They'll know where to find one. Good idea. Grayson turned to Trey. Stay away from me. You stay away from me! I couldn't be happier about my decision not to have you in the wedding party. Grayson rushed past him and out the door. Trey's face reddened as he shook his fist at Grayson. I never wanted to be in your stupid wedding in the first place. Damon studied him as he hurried past. He caught up with Grayson, then together they headed toward the front desk. Is Trey mad about not being a groomsman? Damon asked. He has always been jealous of Mateo, Javi, and me. As you can tell, he has a mouth on him, and that's why we preferred not to be around him. Although he'll tell you it's because we think we're better than everyone else. Did he ask about being in the wedding? I'm trying to figure out why he'd be so adamant about your supposed guilt.
Like I said, he's always been jealous. But even so, that's a huge jump to accusing you of murder. Grayson shrugged. Has he done this before? Accuse me of killing someone? No. But he's thrown plenty of accusations my way over the years. He sees me as the leader of the trio, and he said multiple times if I accepted him, so would the others. However, it's never been about acceptance. He's our cousin. We all stick up for family, no matter what. But we haven't ever trusted him. Why not? Grayson sighed. His flair for dramatics didn't start tonight. He's been like that for as long as I can remember. The fact that Mateo is dead only fuels Trey's need for theatrics. They reached the front desk, but it was empty. Isn't someone supposed to be here at all times? Damon asked. That's what I was told, but tonight is hardly typical. Damon went around to the other side of the desk and rifled through drawers. Help me look for a plastic bag. Right. Grayson rubbed his eyes, then joined Damon. All they found were papers and a big envelope. What do we do now? Grayson asked. We can take it up to my suite and set it somewhere out of the way. Do we really need a bag? We're already being careful not to get any prints on it. I really think we should find one if we can. I'd hate to see someone accidentally touch it, then their prints are on it. Rita doesn't need that kind of stress. You're right. But where are we going to find a bag? The kitchen. You don't happen to know where it is, do you? Grayson shook his head. I did see a map of the building in one of these drawers, though. He opened a few drawers before pulling out a folded paper. They studied it and found the kitchen not far from the ballroom. This wasn't how I imagined getting my steps in tonight, Grayson muttered. Rita and I were supposed to dance the night away, and Mateo was supposed to still be alive. Damon put a hand on Grayson's shoulder. Tomorrow, you two will say your vows, then head off to your honeymoon and start your new life. Focus on that. But Mateo's dead. How can I go on with the wedding as planned? It makes me look like I don't even care. It seems heartless. Would he want you to go on? Or would he want you to stop everything? Grayson frowned. I guess he'd probably want me to get married. But I'm going to be racked with guilt. One of my best friends was just killed. Not just killed, but murdered. I understand. Has someone you love been the victim of homicide? My mother. Grayson swore. I'm so sorry. You couldn't have known. I don't advertise it. And he especially didn't advertise the fact that he was the son of a notorious serial killer. But I do know about mourning the tragic loss of someone close to you. If Mateo really did care about you like I think he did, he'd have wanted you to go on. Maybe we can come up with a way to honor him at the ceremony. I'll think about it. And I really am sorry about your mom. I had no idea. It happened a long time ago. Does hearing about other murders make it all come back? Grayson's eyes shone with tears. Will it always hurt this much? Life gets more bearable. Most of the time, I'm able to focus on the good memories without getting upset. But even now, I have days when the grief hits and I just have to ride it out. I don't think you ever really get past losing someone like that. Grayson nodded, then cleared his throat. Let's find that kitchen. After that, I want to go to my suite and see Rita. We should try to get some rest. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get any sleep tonight. All we can do is try." They made their way down the hall, using the map to navigate. The kitchen was down a corridor with several turns. Given all the stress, Damon didn't think he could memorize the route. And if he couldn't, there was no way Grayson would be able to. Rita's two sisters entered the hallway, heading in their direction. One of them screamed, and the other pointed at the knife. Grayson put it behind his back. "This isn't what it looks like. It looks like a bloody knife." "It's ketchup. See?" Grayson shone his light on it. "Why do you have that?" Bella exclaimed. "Long story. You two should go back to your room." "We're looking for our abuelita." Damon's stomach nodded. "She's still missing?" They both nodded their heads. "Stick together," Grayson said. "The last thing we need is for anyone else to disappear." "We plan to," Luciana said. "Stick together, that is." "Good." "What are you doing with that?" Bella eyed the knife. "We're going to put it somewhere safe so the cops can see if it's evidence." "Evidence?" Bella asked. "You said that was just ketchup on there." It is. But, like I said, it's a long story and there isn't time." They parted ways. After only another minute, Damon and Grayson came to the kitchen. There were several blocks of knives with the exact same handle as the one in Grayson's hand. Anyone in the hotel could have placed the weapon underneath the chair, but nobody had noticed it until after Trey paced around the circle accusing Grayson of murder. And Trey was jealous of Mateo. He could very well be the killer, and they left him in the ballroom with so many of the wedding guests. Chapter 23. Ariana pressed her ear to the door and listened. The hallway was still quiet outside of Rita's suite. Ari had nearly made it to the ballroom when she realized the guy who had been standing guard outside the room wasn't there. She'd left Rita in her hotel room all alone. Her first thought was to ask a clerk about the guard. She hurried to the front desk, but it was unattended. Ari waited a minute, but felt like a sitting duck with a killer on the loose. So she'd returned to the suite and tried to watch something on the TV while Rita took her bath. Once the bride-to-be got out, she fell asleep in her bed with the towel wrapped around her. Ariana hadn't been so lucky. She'd spent most of the time watching the lightning zip across the sky. Branches and twigs flew through the air, occasionally slapping the window along with fat raindrops. Mostly she paced, but at least she knew Rita was safe. Damon would eventually think to look for her here, or she would leave for their room when Grayson returned. Too much was up in the air, and someone needed to stay with Rita. With any luck, the bride would be able to sleep until morning, and then be able to get married without a worry. She'd have an exhausted maid of honor, but that was what coffee was for. Hopefully the police were already here and on the trail of the killer. All the windows faced the woods, so she couldn't even glimpse the parking lot from the suite. Jiggle, jiggle. Someone was trying to get in. Ariana's heart raced. She looked around for something to use as a weapon. The door flung open. Grayson stumbled in, followed by Damon. They both looked as sleep-deprived as she felt. "Are you two okay?" She raced over to Damon, then threw her arms around him. He held her tightly. "We think we know who might have killed Mateo." "Who?" Grayson closed the door and locked the deadbolts. "My cousin Trey. He's always been jealous of us, and he was accusing me in front of everyone in the ballroom. He did more than that,"
Damon said. "What happened?" Ariana asked. Grayson reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag. It had a knife with something red smeared on it. Ari leaned closer to study it. "Is that ketchup?" "Yeah. The idiot thought that was a good idea." "Blood turns brown pretty quickly," Ariana said.
He clearly didn't realize that.
"Are the police here?" she asked.
"No," Damon said. "And we can't find anyone at the hotel desk."
"Really? The guy who was supposed to be keeping an eye on Rita hasn't been around either. I assumed he was busy with something else, but now it seems suspicious, doesn't it? Or is that my fatigue talking?"
"We're confused too," Damon said. Grayson nodded. "When I reserved the building, I was told someone would always be at the front desk if we needed anything."
"I'm sure they weren't planning on a murder when they told you that." Ariana turned to Damon. "Do you mind if we check the parking lot? My dad should have been back with the local authorities by now."
"Yeah, let's see what's going on." "How was Rita before she fell asleep?" Grayson asked.
"Tired and stressed, but she took a bath with the jets on low, and I think that helped."
"I'm glad she's able to sleep," he said. "I'm afraid if I lie down, Mateo's death is going to hit me, and I won't be able to get any rest."
"Maybe what you need is a good cry," Ariana said.
He stiffened. "That won't change anything."
"It'll help release some of the stress and trauma from your body. It's healing, and while you're right that it won't change anything for Mateo, you'll be a little better off. Not that one cry will fix everything, but it's a good first step."
"I'll think about it. Let me know when the police get here. I want to talk with them."
"Sure," Damon said.
"We'll send them over here so you won't have to leave Rita alone." "I appreciate that."
"Get some rest." Damon unlocked the door, then held it open for Ariana. The dim hallway was still empty. Ari laced her fingers through Damon's, and they made their way to the main entrance in silence. She let go of his hand to press her face against the glass door. The overhead lights weren't on outside, so it was impossible to see if the charger was there. She turned to him. "Looks like we're going outside."
"I can go out and check so you don't have to get drenched."
"Do you really think I'm going to sit this out?"
He snickered. "I know better than to imply that."
As soon as they stepped outside, the wind whipped her hair against her face, and a soggy leaf stuck to her cheek.
"This is fun."
"What?" Damon asked, his voice barely audible over the whistling wind. She shook her head. "Nothing." He lit the way with a flashlight as they walked around, stepping over and around branches and puddles. Her dress was already soaked and clinging to her like a second cold skin. Many of the vehicles had their tires slashed. Damon's car wasn't in the parking lot. He motioned for her to follow him toward the entrance. When he stopped suddenly, she crashed into him. He aimed the light toward the path leading to the woods. Not far in, a large tree blocked the road. Farther beyond, another one sprawled across the way. It could be like that for the entire miles-long road leading back to civilization. Given the strong winds, that was likely the scenario. A cold chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the weather. The police couldn't get in, and they couldn't get out. They were trapped, cut off from help, and almost anyone inside could be the killer. Chapter 24.
To my one and only. If I didn't have your attention before, I should now. You'd think anyway. But no. Have you paid me even a little attention since the murder? Don't you realize that's the one thing that could put a stop to all of this? The only person I care about is you. Nobody else matters. They're all fair game if you don't realize we're meant to be together. We will be, even if it means I have to kill everyone here. Not that I want to. Of course I don't. What kind of monster would enjoy that? This is about getting your attention. Nothing more. I'll do whatever it takes. That should be obvious by now. But if it isn't, it will be soon enough. I promise you that much. Call off the wedding. If you don't, someone else will be the next victim. You don't want that. None of us does. All my love, you're one and only, even though you don't realize it yet. Don't let it take us being the only two left. Open your eyes.
Chapter 25. A strong gust of wind knocked Ariana against Damon. She steadied herself and focused on the massive building in front of them. They were almost there. The sky lit up. Thunder boomed almost immediately. It was so loud it shook through her. Damon reached the door, then motioned for her to go in first. She practically fell inside the lobby. Water dripped from her, making a puddle on the fancy flooring. Damon slammed the door, gasping for air, and adding to the puddle.
We need a new plan,
she said, also out of breath.
The first thing we need to do is change out of these clothes.
Ari could hardly argue with that.
What next?
He turned to the still empty front desk.
We need to let someone on the staff know what's going on. As soon as the storm lets up, it's going to take a whole crew of people to clear the road.
I'm sure my dad and police will be on that.
Even so, it'll take hours if there are as many downed trees as I think. And we still don't know who killed Mateo.
He shook his head. Let's get to our room. And this time, we stick together. Even if we find Rita's grandma? Even if we find the president. He grabbed her hand, then led her to the elevators. Closed. Apparently, they didn't work with the generator.
Where are the nearest stairs?
Damon pulled out a soggy piece of paper from his pants. It dripped onto the floor as he tried to carefully unfold it, but it still ripped in half. Not that it mattered, all the ink had run together. He dropped it in the nearest garbage can.
This map is useless. We'll have to look for the stairs.
I think there are some near the ballroom. Hopefully we can find some closer. Anything would do at this point. Her dress now felt twice as heavy with all the rainwater it had absorbed. Slosh, slosh. Your shoes are loud, she said.
I should have emptied the water outside, but I was more worried about getting us out of the weather.
Luckily, there isn't a killer hiding in the shadows. He grimaced, stopped, and took off the shoes. They started walking again, and when they passed a trash can, he dumped them out. Ariana started to say something, but Bella ran out of another hallway, looking behind her. Her hair was halfway undone, and she was only wearing one shoe. She turned to Ari and Damon, her eyes wild.
Someone just attacked me!
Where? Damon demanded. Bella pointed down the hall.
That way!
He took off running. So much for sticking together. Ariana hurried after him.
You're going to leave me alone?
Bella called. Ari skidded to a stop and turned around.
Come with me. I'm not going back to that madman.
Who was it? her heart hammered at the thought of finding out who it was. "I didn't see him." Bella pulled some hair behind her ears. Disappointment washed through her. "I can't leave Damon to face him alone." "You can't leave me either." "Then come with me." Bella looked at her like she was crazy. "He attacked me!" Ariana looked back and forth between the hallway and her best friend's little sister. "I'll protect you from him. Come on and tell me about what happened on the way." She grabbed Ari's arm. "Don't make me go." Ari relented. Damon could handle himself, and Bella needed her. "I'll take you back to your room. You don't happen to know where the stairs are?" "Not around here." "We'll find some." She started walking. Bella groaned, took off her one shoe, then caught up. "What happened to your sister?" Ari asked. "We got separated when the guy came after us." "He attacked her too?" Bella shook her head. "When Lucy and I went in different directions, he went after me." "She must have gone back to your room. Let's head that way. Tell me everything you can about him." "He was wearing a mask." "What kind of mask?" Ariana asked. "Like from the party." "And you didn't recognize him?" "No," Bella said. "Isn't that the point of the masks?" "What was he wearing?" "A suit." Ariana wanted to throw her arms in frustration. "I need more details. What color was his suit? Do you remember what color his tie was? Did he have a beard? What color was his hair?" Bella looked like she was about to burst into tears. "I don't know. All I really noticed was the knife." "He had a knife." "A big sharp one, like you'd use to cut through a turkey." "Was it bloody?" Ariana asked. "No. It was shiny and caught the light." "Okay, that's good. What else can you tell me?" His voice was scratchy. "Scratchy?" "Like he'd been yelling a lot." According to Grayson, Trey had been going off in the ballroom while accusing him of killing Mateo. Would that have been enough to wear out his voice? "That's good," Ari said. "Can you tell me anything else about him?" Bella pointed to the left. "There are some stairs." Ariana raced toward them. Her soaked dress made rushing all the harder. When they reached the next level, she turned to Bella. "Are we anywhere near your room?" "I don't think so." "Let's go to Rita's suite." Ari didn't wait for a response. She pounded on the door before Bella caught up with her. The deadbolts unlocked and Grayson answered, looking annoyed. "Are you trying to wake Rita?" Ari shoved Bella inside the room before slamming the door behind her. "The killer attacked Bella." "What?" Grayson's eyes nearly popped out from his head. "Where is he?" "Damon went after him. We weren't too far from the main lobby." He flung open the door, then raced down the hallway. Bella closed the door. "What now?" Ari motioned toward Rita, who was still sleeping. "Why don't you get some rest with your sister?" "After I just got attacked." "Are you injured?" "No, but there's no way I'm falling asleep." Ariana drew a deep breath and rubbed her temples. Damon and Grayson were both on their own, looking for the killer. How could things get any worse? Knock, knock. Why had she tempted fate by allowing that thought? Things could always get worse. She knew that. And whoever was on the other side of the door was sure to have even more bad news. Chapter 26. Ari fumbled with the doorknob, her breathing ragged. Damon had gone after the killer. What if someone was bringing news that he'd gotten hurt? Or worse. A lump formed in her throat, and tears threatened at the thought. She finally got the door open. A large, middle-aged man loomed in front of her. It took her a moment to recognize Grayson's dad. "Is everything okay?" she asked. He shook his head, then stepped inside past Ariana and Bella.
"Have you seen Emerson?"
"Not since the masquerade ball. Why?" The older man paced the room, pulling his hair.
"His room was left wide open, but he was nowhere to be seen."
"You're sure he didn't just step out real quick?" Ari asked.
"We waited 20 minutes. He wouldn't have left with his door open. All his things are in there, including his expensive new watch and all his electronics. Something is definitely wrong. What if Mateo's killer went after him?"
"Did he—"
"Where's Grayson?"
Mr. Ramirez interrupted. "He went to help Damon."
"Why?"
"The killer attacked me." Bella burst into tears. "I barely got away." Rita bolted upright in bed.
"What?"
Bella climbed into bed with her sister, sobbing.
"You were attacked?"
Rita exclaimed.
"And Grayson went after the attacker? And Emerson is missing."
Mr. Ramirez went back to pacing, this time speaking in rapid Spanish.
"Don't say that!"
Rita glared at him and covered her sister's ears. Grayson's dad stopped pacing and gave Ariana a funny look.
"Why are you drenched?"
"My husband and I went outside to see if my dad was back with the police, but we didn't see him, so we went to the entrance and saw several fallen trees. The police aren't coming, and we're trapped here." Rita gasped.
"That's great," Mr. Ramirez muttered. "All while Emerson is missing. Why is the killer going after only our family? I don't understand."
"He also attacked me," Bella sniffled. "But I hit him in the head with my shoe, so he should at least have a headache. The heel took out some hair, so I know I got him good."
"Both my sons are out there with a killer going after family members of the bride and groom. I'm going to find them."
He raced from the room, slamming the door behind him. Rita looked at Ari. "Did I hear you say we're trapped?" She hesitated. "Don't hold anything back." "It's true. There's no way in or out. The police can't get here, and we can't leave. Not with a bunch of fallen trees blocking the only road." Bella wailed louder. Rita rubbed her back. "The guys will stop him. He won't be able to fight both Grayson and Damon. Plus now Ricardo is going after them. That's 3 against 1.
"He has a knife."
"Do we have any idea who the killer is?" Rita asked. Ariana nodded. Grayson seemed pretty sure it's Trey.
"Why?"
"Because Trey was accusing him of killing Mateo."
"That's ridiculous."
Rita's expression tensed. "Grayson was completely heartbroken when he saw Mateo. I've never seen someone so upset. Nobody weeps like that if they don't mean it. I can tell you with full certainty, my fiancé is innocent." "I'm not questioning you," Ariana said. Rita climbed out of bed. "We have to do something."
"You can't,"
Bella sniffled.
"You're pregnant."
"I'm not going to sit around and do nothing." "What do you want to do?" Ari asked. Rita paced the same path her future father-in-law had just moments earlier. "Anything. My fiancé is out there, and he's not in a good place. One of his best friends was just murdered. He won't be thinking clearly." "The best thing you can do is to stay in here and don't let anyone in." "Because I'm pregnant?" "Exactly." Rita crossed her arms. "I hate being helpless." "You're not. You're protecting your baby. Let us take care of this." Bella's eyes widened, and she leaped out of bed. By us? Do you mean you and me? I'm not going anywhere. Ariana racked her mind for ideas. She might have to head back out into the main part of the hotel on her own again, unless she could think of something else. We know it's Trey, Rita said. What we need is a plan to trap him. It might be him, Bella said. Just because he was accusing Grayson doesn't mean he is the killer. Why else would he accuse an innocent man? Because he's upset about his cousin's death. I'm with Rita, Ariana said. Trey didn't just accuse him. He planted a fake bloody knife under Grayson's chair. At least someone did. The only one who makes sense is him. They both looked at her in surprise. You could have led with that, Rita said. It's hard to keep everything straight. You have to admit this is all one big mess. You don't have to tell me. What are we going to do? Ariana considered their options. Bella and I should find whoever we can, and from there we can question Trey. What good will that do? Rita asked. He'll just accuse Grayson. Obviously, he's out to get him. With a group of people, we can stop him. It's a bad idea, Bella said quickly. He's already killed once. What's stopping him from killing again? The fact that he went after me is enough to tell me one murder wasn't enough for him, and I'm not about to face him again. Rita wrapped her arms around Bella. You're not taking my baby sister. Ariana hesitated. She'd promised Damon she wouldn't go out alone, but what other choice did she have? Think about it, Rita said. You teach women self-defense. If anyone can do this, it's you. I also teach them not to be stupid and go into dangerous situations on purpose, especially alone. Don't you have a gun? Rita asked. Ariana gestured to her currently skin-tight dress. Does it look like I have a weapon on me? Fine, Rita said. We all just stay here and be damsels in distress since you won't let me leave. It's for your baby. I know. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I'd already be long gone. Ariana drew a deep breath. Let's not turn on each other. I'll go out and see who I can find. Be careful. Rita crossed the room, then threw her arms around Ariana. I don't want something to happen to you. You can't be the next person who disappears. You just can't. You're my best friend, Ari. She embraced her friend. And you're mine. That's why I have to go out there and help find a way to end this madness. Get some sleep, because tomorrow you're going to walk down the aisle. Rita frowned. That seems more doubtful with every passing moment. You're getting married. Don't let anything get in your way. Here, take this. Rita grabbed her sister's single pump. I'm already wearing shoes. Use it as a weapon, obviously. Right. Be careful. Rita squeezed her again. I will. Ari went to the door and opened it. You two stay here. You're my hero, Rita called. Wait until I do something before you decide that. Just the fact that you're willing to risk it all makes you a hero. Ariana stepped into the hall, then closed the door. The first thing she needed to do was change her clothes. Hopefully that would give her time to figure out what exactly her next move was. Hopefully nobody else would disappear in the meantime. Chapter 27. Damon loosened his top button and leaned against a wall. He'd gone through more hallways than he could count, and still hadn't found the person who attacked Bella. His clothes were halfway dry now, and starting to smell weird. The killer was probably long gone and back in hiding. Hopefully, Ari had gotten Rita's sister to safety and was changing into her own dry clothes. He headed in that direction, eager to don something dry and comfortable before figuring out what to do next. He rounded a corner and nearly crashed into Grayson. "Did you find Trey?" Grayson asked. "No, but I take it you're looking for him too." "You better believe it." Grayson punched the air. "I'm going to kill him." "Don't let anyone else hear you say that. I know you're just venting, but with everything else going on..." "You're right. That's the last thing I should say. But he killed one of my best friends." "We'll find him and stop him." Grayson looked around. "That plan hasn't worked for us yet. What ground have you covered?" Damon told him the areas he'd looked unsuccessfully for Trey. "We need a plan, but I'm too exhausted to think of anything realistic." "I think our best bet is to gather everyone in the wedding party. We can come up with something together. Then we can confront him as a group, even if it's just us and the other groomsmen." "Emerson is missing." Damon's voice caught in his throat. He cleared it. "Your brother is missing?" "You haven't heard. Seems like everyone knew before me. Another reason I'd like to take care of Trey." "He's picking off your side of the wedding party one by one." Grayson nodded, his expression pensive. Hopefully Trey didn't know that Damon was a stand-in groomsman, unless that worked to their advantage. Damon could be bait, and they'd be ready for him, catch him off guard. Then they could restrain him until the police arrived. "What are you thinking?" Grayson asked. "If Trey knows I'm in the wedding party now, I could be bait." "Bait? No way. How else are we supposed to catch him?" Damon countered. "Let's find Javier, and then head back to my suite. We can come up with a plan there. Rita's there with Ariana and Bella. We should find the twins, too. That way we have the entire wedding party together. The more minds, the better." Grayson nodded. "We better split up to cover more ground." "Sounds good. I'll head toward where most of the rooms are." That would also give him a minute to get into dry clothes. "I'll see who's left in the ballroom, if anyone is at this point." Damon hurried to his room. He nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Ariana there. "I thought you were with Rita." She pulled a hoodie over a dry shirt. "I needed to change." "Same. Did you know Emerson is missing?" "Yeah. He hasn't been found yet." "Not that I know of." "I feel so bad for Rita and Grayson. This was supposed to be a perfect wedding weekend, and it's turned out to be such a disaster." "Did anyone ever find her grandma?" he asked. "I don't think so." Damon rifled through his clothes for something comfortable. He thought he'd packed for everything, but he hadn't planned on tracking down a killer. "At least we're together again. Let's see who we can find and meet up in the suite." He got dressed quickly, then they headed out again. Ariana raced across the hall and a few doors down, then knocked. After a few moments, one of the twins opened the door, rubbing her eyes. The other one appeared, Olivia. She had the nose ring. After Ariana caught them up, they hurried into the hallway. They all raced to Rita and Grayson's room. Rita and Bella were there. No Grayson. No other groomsmen. Everyone spoke over each other. Damon went over to one of the large picture windows and looked outside. The weather hadn't gotten any better since they'd been to the parking lot. Leaves and branches flew past the glass, and a flash of lightning lit the sky. There was no chance the police were coming. Not in this weather, when more trees could fall. The door flung open, and Grayson entered with Javier. Rita ran to her fiancé, then threw her arms around him. Javier frowned when he saw Damon, and he stepped away from Grayson and Rita. The already loud conversation grew louder. Damon put his finger and thumb in his mouth and whistled. Everyone stopped and turned to him. "We need to focus. There's a dead groomsman, a missing best man, and a missing grandmother. Worst of all, the police can't get here, and we can't get out, and we haven't seen any hotel staff in hours. That means if we want to protect everyone, we need to handle this ourselves. So far, we believe Trey to be responsible for all of this, unless one of you has another theory." Nobody said anything. Damon nodded. "Then our focus is on Trey. We need to find him and stop him. It's going to take all of us working together. Does anyone know where he is?" Silence. A few people shook their heads. "We need a plan. Fast. I think we should all go to his room and see if he's there. The more of us who stand against him, the better our chances of stopping him, and hopefully finding out where the missing people are. Any thoughts?" Javier stepped forward. "If Trey isn't in his room, I know where he'll be." "Where?" Grayson demanded. "He's been acting weird this whole weekend, talking about Rita nonstop. It's like he's obsessed. Where is he?" Grayson made a fist. "I'm getting to that. We don't have time for ramblings." "You think I'm rambling? Enough!" Rita got in between them and turned to Javier. "If you know where Trey is, tell us." Javier's expression tightened. "I'm only trying to help." "Then tell us where he is." "Isn't it obvious?" Javier asked. "He's in the room where the ceremony is supposed to be held tomorrow. His whole reason for coming this weekend has been to stop it from happening. Where else would he be?" Grayson marched for the door. "I'm going to duct tape him to a tree. The only way he's going to stop the wedding is over my dead body." "Don't say that!" Rita ran over to him. "Trey killed Mateo and abducted Emerson. He could even be behind your abuelita's disappearance." He looked around the room. "Who's with me?" "We should split up," Javier said. "He might be onto us. Half of us should go to his room, and the other half to the ceremony room. But those people should be careful." "Why?" Rita said. "What do you know?" "Nothing. But Trey can be unpredictable, sometimes even dangerous. He is obviously unhinged and wants to stop the wedding. He's clearly not above murder, so anything's possible." Grayson groaned. "You make a good point." They split the group in half, then headed in separate directions. Chapter 28. Damon silently led his group, Ariana, Maya, Olivia, and Javier, to the room where the ceremony was to take place. He was trying to mentally prepare himself for a confrontation with a killer, though his first priority was to keep the others safe. Trey was obviously incredibly dangerous. He'd already committed one murder, hopefully only one. Emerson and Mrs. Fuentes were still unaccounted for. Just before they reached their destination, a scraping noise sounded. Damon stopped and motioned for everyone else to also. Scrape, scrape. They exchanged worried and confused glances. What was that? And where was it coming from? Damon cupped his ears and spun in a slow circle. It seemed to be coming from the ceremony hall. His breath hitched as he stepped closer. The noise grew louder. It almost sounded like metal on bone. Or his imagination was on overdrive. That was it. It had to be. He inched toward the room. The lights were off, but thanks to the large windows, a flash of lightning outside momentarily lit the whole space. The seats and the platform were all empty. Relief flooded him. No dead bodies. Not that he could see. The room hadn't been light long enough for him to see everything. Ariana gave him a questioning glance. Damon pulled out a flashlight that was large and heavy enough to double as a weapon if necessary. He stepped just inside the doorway, then shone the beam left, then right, up, then down. Nothing. "Hello?" Silence. He stepped all the way in, found a light switch, turned it on. It took his eyes a moment to adjust to the brightness. Scrape, scrape. Damon froze, looked around. The noise came from one of the windows. He crept closer. A branch. There was a large branch rubbing against the glass. That's what was scraping. He was glad he didn't voice his thought about a knife scraping bone. It was definitely his overactive imagination. What he needed was a good night's sleep. And that would only happen if they found Trey soon. "What is it?" Maya asked. "Just a branch." Damon spun around. "Looks like coming here was a bust. We should go back to the rooms and see if the other group found him." "We should look around this room more carefully," Javier said. "I have a feeling he's been here. He could have set some traps, so be careful." "What kind of traps?" He shrugged. "It was his thing when we were younger. He was jealous of us and always tried to make us miserable." Damon looked around, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The tiny hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and a shiver ran down his back. Was someone watching him? The room didn't offer much in the way of hiding places. He lowered himself to the ground and shone his flashlight underneath the chairs. It cast odd shapes in the shadows, but nobody was hiding anywhere. He rose, then turned to the group. "He isn't here. We should find the others." Ariana and the twins agreed. Javier just shrugged. "Are you up to this?" Damon asked. "Your best friend was murdered earlier. Maybe you need some rest." "It's because Mateo's dead that I need to be here. If our roles were reversed, he'd do this for me." "Okay, if you're sure." "I am." Damon turned off the lights. They made their way back to the stairs. It was getting to the point where he didn't need a map of the building anymore. He'd walked around so much of it, he could almost find his way around in the dark. He shoved that thought from his mind. The power had already gone out twice. If that happened again, there was no telling if the generators would kick on again. In fact, if the lights went out, it could be because someone did something to it. Once they reached the top of the stairs, voices sounded not far away. The conversation sounded heated. Grayson. Javier stepped in front of the group. "It looks like they found Trey." Damon didn't even notice himself running, but he found himself next to Grayson. The groom held his cousin against a wall. "I didn't do anything!" Trey squirmed but couldn't get out from the bigger man's hold. "You killed Mateo!" "No, I didn't!" He spat on Grayson, who wiped off the spittle without losing his grip on his cousin. He leaned closer until their noses nearly touched. "Why did you frame him for the murder, then?" "I didn't." He continued struggling. "I'm the one who found the bloody knife." Grayson laughed bitterly. "You mean the ketchup-y knife?" "You have the wrong guy. I didn't put it there. I wouldn't kill anyone. Except Mateo." "No!" Trey's voice cracked. Then tears trickled down his face. "I swear I didn't touch him. Yes, I was jealous, but I never do anything to hurt family. Ever." "Then why did you blame me?" Grayson demanded. "I don't know." He trembled. and tears streamed from his eyes. "I needed someone to be mad at, and after Javier told me that you were behind that prank my freshman year in high school."
"Prank? What prank?"
Trey's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Grayson.
"You don't even remember? It ruined my life. That time I was duct-taped to the flagpole upside down in my underwear? Ring any bells? Everyone who passed by laughed at me. It was all anyone talked about until I graduated. I couldn't get a girlfriend after that."
"Or before," Javier muttered.
"I wasn't behind that," Grayson said. "Do you happen to remember me cutting the tape and helping you down? Was that all for nothing?"
Trey looked away and sniffled. Grayson turned to Javier and loosened his grip on Trey.
"Why would you tell him that was my idea?"
Javier shrugged. "Guess I remembered it wrong."
"You think?"
Grayson let go of Trey completely and stared down Javier.
"What's wrong with you?"
"Me? Nothing, other than my best friend being murdered before my eyes."
"Before your eyes?"
Grayson yelled.
"You saw it, and you didn't tell anyone."
"Does it matter?"
"Of course it does."
Trey slinked down to the floor, shaking, sobbing. When he looked up, fear was in his bloodshot eyes, and snot ran from his nose. The guy was clearly no killer. Damon went over to him and rested a hand on his shoulder, while Grayson and Javier continued arguing. Grayson grabbed Javier's shirt.
"Who killed him? They might have Emerson and Rita's grandma."
"I didn't see much. The hall was dark and I was trying to stay out of sight. I didn't even know it was Mateo until the killer left, or I'd have defended him."
"Why didn't you jump in anyway? Only Mateo's life mattered."
Grayson punched him so hard he flew back, then slumped to the floor. Javi scrambled to his feet.
"You're going to regret that."
"Really?" Javier sneered at him.
"You think you're the only one who's experienced a loss tonight? Wake up. The world doesn't revolve around you just because you're famous."
Grayson stared at him and blinked a few times.
"What's wrong with you? I'd throw you out, but we're stuck here. Rest assured, you're relieved of your groomsman duties." "Good. I wouldn't stand up there with you if you paid me."
Javier stormed away. Damon exchanged a look with Ariana. Now they were back to square one, and morning was rapidly approaching. They split into groups of 2 and 3, then everyone went in separate directions. Ariana gripped his hand almost hard enough to cause damage. He turned to her. "Do you want to sit this one out?"
"Not a chance."
She loosened her hold. Behind them, someone screamed. Chapter 29. Rita stepped away from the window. It seemed like the storm was never going to let up. Not anytime soon, at least. It raged with the same level of anger since it began, almost like the killer and it were in sync. If the squall let up, maybe the murderer would too. Or if he stopped, maybe the thunder and lightning would. Or she was getting too tired to make any sense. She'd known she'd be up late, but nobody could have expected any of this. Except the killer. "Are you okay?" Bella asked. Rita turned to her baby sister, who sat on the bed where Rita had slept earlier. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Bella frowned. "I'm sorry your wedding weekend turned out like this. I feel bad for Grayson and poor Abuelita. If she isn't okay, I don't know what I'll do. What if something had happened to poor little Alonzo? How would I forgive myself? And now Emerson is missing too. None of this is your fault, you know. Nobody would have come if we hadn't invited them. I wanted a big event for the wedding, so Grayson rented this place. He'd have been happy with something much smaller. This is all my fault. The only person responsible is the killer. You didn't do anything wrong. If I'd been less worried about everything being perfect. You have one of the biggest hearts of anyone I know, Bella said. All you wanted was for everyone to enjoy themselves, and for the two families to have time to get to know each other. The only person to blame for any of this is the one who killed Mateo. Unless you knew that was going to happen, you have zero responsibility. Rita tried to object, but couldn't. When did you get so wise? I grew up a lot after you moved out. You sure did. Rita stepped toward the bed to give her smart little sister a hug. She stepped on a paper that was sticking out from underneath part of the blankets that had fallen on the carpet. It was a folded piece of notebook paper. She picked it up and studied it. It had been folded enough times that it was smaller than her palm. It reminded her of the days she passed her friends' notes in class before they were old enough for cell phones. What's that? Bella asked. I'm not sure. It must be Grayson's. Unless it's yours? She shook her head. It isn't mine. Rita flipped it over. Not seeing any writing on the outside, she set it on the nearest nightstand. Then she yawned. I better get more sleep. Or no amount of makeup will help me in the morning. You're beautiful no matter what. I don't care what our parents say. Rita arched an eyebrow. What complaint do they have about me this time? I shouldn't have said anything. I'm tired too. What'd they say? Bella sighed. You know how they feel about divorce and remarriage. If they're so against me marrying Grayson, why did they come? She looked away. Bella? I shouldn't have said anything. Can we just go to sleep like you suggested? First, tell me why they came here. Her sister drew in a long, exaggerated breath. Because Lucy and I made such a huge fuss about being here. I told them I'd find a way if they wouldn't come, and Lucy sided with me. Dad said no at first, but then Mom came around and convinced him. It also helped that Roberto told them he was bringing his wife and the baby whether they came or not. Rita crawled onto the bed and squeezed Bella. Thank you for standing up for me. You didn't have to. Of course I did. You're my sister. If you ever need me, I have your back. Rita flopped onto the nearest pillow. Suddenly, her eyes were as heavy as lead weights. She closed them, ready for a deep sleep, but her teeth felt gross. If she didn't brush them, she'd never be able to fall asleep. Rita climbed over her sister, then stumbled toward the bathroom. She stepped on another paper. This one was folded too. She picked it up and tossed it in Grayson's suitcase. What's with these notes? You should see what they say. They're not mine. Maybe Grayson left them for you. They're probably sweet encouragements. Rita's heart warmed at the thought. You could be right. What are you waiting for? She tossed the first one to Rita. She caught it, barely, and unfolded it. It took a minute because of all the folds. The writing wasn't Grayson's. It looked slightly familiar, but she couldn't place where she'd seen it before. What does it say? Bella asked, her eyes full of curiosity. Or is it too personal to share? Rita scanned the words, her body turning to ice. "Is something wrong?" Bella's voice sounded far away. It... Rita couldn't get out anything else. The note wasn't from Grayson. It was to her, but not from her fiancé. She looked at her sister, her hands shaking. "Who all has been in here?" "You're scaring me." "Who?" Rita demanded. "I don't know. I haven't been in here all that much, but it seems like people have been coming and going from what I've seen." Rita's stomach lurched, and it wasn't from the pregnancy. In fact, she needed to calm down for the baby's sake. But someone had been in her room and had left a threatening note. "What does it say?" Bella reached for the note. She struggled to focus on the writing. It took a moment, but it all became clear. "Dear Rita, if you haven't figured it out by now, I've always been in love with you. From the first moment I saw you, your beautiful smile, the graceful way you move, everything about you is pure perfection. Somehow you've never seen me, ever, and everything I've done since we met has been for you. Anytime I can make your life easier, I do it. Not that you've noticed. But you noticed Grayson. Who doesn't? Everybody loves him. Nobody ever sees me. Even when I've been rock solid in your life, helping you when you had all those problems with Boone, I made sure nobody ever found about the guys you saw behind his back. And believe me, he came sniffing. You weren't as sly as you thought. He was on to you, but I convinced him otherwise, because he deserved it for the way he treated you. You got away with so much because of what I was doing behind the scenes. I always knew one day you would recognize my hard work, how devoted and faithful I am. But then I made the stupid decision to invite my cousin to work so we could catch up. Of course, you noticed the famous face right away. I didn't expect you'd get engaged to him in the blink of an eye. Things are only going to get worse for everyone you care about if you don't realize we're meant for each other. It's you and me, even if you won't acknowledge it yet. You will, eventually. All my love, Javier." Rita dropped the note, her whole body now shaking. It had been Javier this whole time. He was in love with her? There had never been a single spark between them. He was her employee. Not anymore. Everything around her took on a red hue. Bella scrambled off the bed, then picked up the note. Her mouth fell open as she read it. Is he the one who killed Mateo? It sure sounds like it. Does he have abuelita? That would be my guess. Rita grabbed the note, then crumpled it into a ball. That's evidence. I don't care. Besides, there's another one on the nightstand. We should read it. I've seen enough. What are we going to do? I need to think. Rita threw the note into a garbage can as she strode to the nearest window. Despite the dark storm, a few stars twinkled on the horizon where the clouds were starting to break. Bella took the wadded paper from the garbage. The police will need to see that. They aren't coming. We're on our own. Come on. Rita flung open the door. We have a killer to catch. I'm not letting him get in the way of my marriage. Chapter 30. Ariana stopped at a fork in the hallway and looked around. Which way did the scream come from? Damon gestured to the left. I think this way. They darted down the corridor. 3 people had gathered together farther down the hall. Did one of you yell? Damon called. Yes! A woman waved them over. As they got closer, Ari could see who they were. She recognized them as Grayson's relatives, but she couldn't remember any of their names. Before she could ask, someone on the ground caught her attention. Rita's grandma lay on the floor. She was in a long nightgown and had curlers in her hair. Ariana ran toward her. "Is she okay?" "She's breathing," the woman said. Ari skidded to a stop, relief washing through her. "She is." Damon put a finger to the older woman's nose. "Yes." He turned to the others. "Was she like this when you found her?" "Yeah," said a guy. "We got lost looking for our room and we found her just like this." "We didn't move her," the woman added. "Where are the hotel employees? She needs help." "We don't have time to find them," Damon said. He tapped Mrs. Fuentes' shoulder. "Wake up." "She wouldn't wake up for us." Ariana knelt down and felt her pulse. It was strong. Damon shone a light over her closed eyes. "We need you to wake up. What if she was knocked out?" Ariana turned to the others. "Go get help. If you can't find any hotel staff, then get anyone you can." They ran off. "What should we do?" Ari asked. "We can't leave her here, but we also don't know if she has any injuries." If only she'd wake up. He shone the light over Mrs. Fuentes' eyes again. "Can you hear us?" Her eyelids fluttered, barely. "Did you see that?" Damon nodded. Ariana gently squeezed her shoulder. "Are you awake?" The woman's eyes fluttered again. Then they slowly opened.
You've come far in the story. Let this quiet melody carry you through a moment of peace. Thanks for being part of our audiobook family.
opened. "Mrs. Fuentes," Ariana said. "Are you okay?" She looked around. "Where am I?" "We're in the hallway, in the hotel." "Hotel?" "For Rita's wedding." The corners of her mouth curved slightly. "I haven't missed it." "Not at all." Ariana held her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Do you have any injuries?" Damon asked. "Headache? Any other pain?" She struggled to sit up. "Nothing out of the ordinary. Growing old may be a gift, but someone forgot to tell my joints." "Did you see anyone before you fell?" "No. I don't remember anything after leaving my room." "We're going to help you stand," Damon said. "Okay." He wrapped his arms around her. "Lean against me." It took a minute, but they managed to help her to her feet. Still leaning against him, she took a steady step forward. That was a good sign. "How did you end up on the ground over here?" Ariana asked. "I don't remember." "You left the dance and changed out of your dress. What happened after that?" She looked deep in thought for a moment. "I wanted ice from the machine because there wasn't any in the freezer." "Is anyone else staying with you in the room?" Damon asked. "I'm staying with my son and his wife." "That's good. My wife and I will help you to your room. If nobody else is there, we'll take you to the suite to stay with Rita." "Oh, I don't want to bother her." "Trust me, she'll be thrilled to see you. Which way to your room?" They made small talk with her, and she answered every question with spunk and a little humor. She gained more strength with each step she took. "You don't remember how you fell?" Ariana asked. "No, it's all a mystery." "You don't have a headache, sore spots on your head?" "I'm fine other than being tired," she said. "I can't thank you two enough for helping me." "A lot of people are looking for you," Damon said. "We just happened to be there when you woke up." "Oh, there's my room." She pointed to one of the doors and pulled out a key card from her pocket. Once the door was open, Rita's mom raced over. "There you are! Diego is out looking for you, and I've been waiting in case you returned." She turned to Damon and Ariana. "Where did you find her?" They explained the situation, suggested they both get some sleep, then left. "Now we just have to find Emerson," Ariana said, "and figure out who the real killer is. It's definitely not Trey." "Not unless he put on the performance of a lifetime earlier." Damon shook his head. "I saw the look in his eyes. That fear couldn't be faked." Ariana sighed. "We're no closer than we were before." Heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Her stomach knotted as she turned around. Rita and Bella ran toward them, waving papers around. "It's Javier!" Rita stopped and gasped for air. "You're sure?" Damon asked. 100%, Bella said. "He left threatening notes for Rita in her room." The realization washed over Ariana. "And he knows our plan. He's been in our group, listening all along." "Why would he kill Mateo?" Damon asked. "I thought they were best friends." Rita frowned. "I don't think any of us knows the real Javier. He's been working for me for a long time, and I never suspected him capable of any of this." "Does anyone else know it's him?" Ari asked. "We saw Grayson's aunt and uncle and told them." "Are they the ones who found your grandma?" Rita's mouth dropped open. "Someone saw Abuelita?" "We just dropped her off in her room," Damon said. "She seems perfectly fine." Where was she? Bella exclaimed. Ari and Damon told the story a second time. We have to see her. Rita ran off, and Bella quickly caught up. Watch out for Javier, Ariana called. Damon leaned against the wall. We need an entirely new plan. Should we follow Rita and Bella? Then we can come up with a plan altogether. I wish our phones worked. Nobody else knows it was Javier. I still can't believe he killed Mateo. He had us all fooled. Damon grimaced. Especially me. We were talking in the ballroom earlier, and he seemed genuinely upset over Mateo's death. On the other hand, what? It did seem like he was hiding something. Now we know what. She took one of his hands and rubbed circles on his palm. Don't feel bad about not seeing through him. Nobody did. We all took him for a prankster while he was harboring a dark secret. I should have better senses than that. You're only human. But I'm Cal Jones's son. Ari squeezed his hand. You're also a good person. Don't beat yourself up. Killers trick trained investigators. Come on. Our best bet is to find anyone we can and let them know to stay away from Javier. We also need a plan. Another good reason not to sit here and wallow. You're right. We need to cover as much ground as we can. They continued down the hallway, then rounded a corner, heading toward the rooms most of the guests were staying in. They nearly crashed into someone. It was Javier. Chapter 31. Ariana hesitated, not knowing what to say to Javier. His stance tensed. You two know. Yeah, she said, and at the same time, Damon nodded. Javier ran. Because why wouldn't he? Damon and Ari bolted after him. The ground beneath her felt like jelly. She didn't want to think about how long she'd been awake. She hadn't checked a clock in hours, and the storm outside made it impossible to tell what time it might be. All she knew was she hadn't gotten a blink of sleep. Javier ran like he'd had a full night's rest and a double-shot espresso. Ariana thought of her pregnant friend, Javier's next intended victim, if what she'd been told about the threatening letters was true. And she had no reason to doubt what Rita and Bella had said. She and Damon needed to keep the bride safe. Javier bolted down a staircase. Stop! Damon called. He didn't. Damon pulled ahead of Ariana. He took the stairs two at a time. Ariana leaned against a wall to catch her breath. Pull yourself together. You can sleep after we stop Javier. She hurried after them. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, they were gone. She'd rested too long, and yet, despite all the excitement, her eyelids grew heavier by the moment. Exhaustion pressed on her lids like two hands attempting to massage her to sleep. Crash! That had to be them. She dashed toward the noise, eager to back up Damon in whatever situation he was in. If only she had a weapon. At least she had her self-defense training. In many ways, that was better. A knife or other object could be taken from her, then used against her. The moves she'd learned were hers alone. If only she wasn't so sleepy. Adrenaline would kick in soon. It had to. That was its job. Women have lifted cars off their children because of the hormone. She could shake off fatigue to protect her best friend. She would. Damon and Javier were in the room set up for the wedding ceremony. Ari's stomach sank. Javier was planning on destroying it so Rita couldn't marry Grayson. She hurried inside. Javier and Damon faced off in front of the altar. Stop! Ariana ran toward them. You stop! Javier held a lit lighter up to the arch full of flowers. Ari skidded and nearly crashed into a row of folding chairs. "Don't!" "Looks like I have the upper hand." Javier's eyebrows furrowed, and he turned to Damon. "Back away from me. Now." Damon didn't budge. Javier raised the flame so it licked a white rose petal. Ariana gasped. "No!" "I'll do it. I'll burn down the whole hotel if that's what it takes." "What do you want?" Damon demanded. "Rita." "Even though she wants to marry someone else?" Javier pressed the flame into the rose. It didn't catch fire. Yet. "We're meant to be together. She just doesn't realize it. But she will. And soon. Or else." Damon leaped toward him, knocking the lighter from his hands. The flame disappeared as the lighter bounced across the altar. Javier threw himself at Damon, wrapping his fingers around his throat. Damon barely stumbled, then he fought back, hitting Javier in the face. Ariana raced toward them, landed a solid strike on Javier's spine, squeezed one of his arms, then pulled it back, trying to release his hold on her husband's airway. Javier was stronger than he looked. He kept his grip on Damon's neck and shrugged free from Ariana, all while Damon continued wailing on him. They all fell sideways, crashing into a row of chairs. Javier let go of Damon, who cried out as his head hit the joint of a chair leg. Blood oozed from his temple and wove down to his chin. Ariana jumped to her feet, grabbed Javier's collar. She yanked him up, then shoved him away from Damon. He turned to her, fists flying toward her face. She leaned back, barely avoiding a swing. After regaining her center of gravity, she kicked his knee. Javier hollered and doubled over, releasing a string of profanities. Damon flew across the aisle, crashed into Javier, sending them both across several rows of chairs. Javier gasped as he landed on a wooden leg. Fists flew. Drops of blood sprayed in all directions. Ariana swung a chair at Javier, hit him in the back of the head. He froze in place, felt his head, looked at the blood on his fingers. Then he glowered at Ariana, his gaze murderous. Uh-oh. Javier lunged for her, a primal scream pouring from his lips. She leaped out of his path, but landed poorly. Her ankle twisted painfully. Ari cried out. When she tried to put weight on it, red-hot pain arched up her leg. She stumbled, grabbed a chair, tried to steady herself. Damon tackled Javier. They rolled on the floor before surging back to their feet, then began throwing punches while inching closer to the altar. Javier ducked under a left cross, shoved Damon instead of countering. Damon stumbled, tripped over the raised platform, crashed into the flower arch. It wobbled before falling backwards. Damon, still off balance, scrabbled toward it. His fingers barely missed. The arch landed with a sickening thud, breaking into several pieces. Javier laughed maniacally. "You think that'll stop the wedding?" came a voice from behind. Ariana spun around. Rita stood in the doorway. "No matter what you do, I will marry Grayson. You can't stop us." "Not if I kill him first. Or you. If I can't have you, nobody can." Javier ran toward her. Ari stuck out her good leg. His foot caught. His arms flailed. He fell in slow motion, finally landing face first with a loud crash. When he looked up, blood gushed from his nose. Rita marched toward him. "Run!" Ariana pleaded. She stood over Javier, hands on her hips. "I am not property. You won't have me. Got it?" He wiped his nose. "We will be together, one way or another." Rita kicked him in his teeth. Javier swore profusely and scrambled to his feet. Ariana jumped between them. Her ankle throbbed so painfully she saw stars. She bit back a cry and held up her hands. "Stop! Never!" Javier shoved her aside and lunged for Rita. Damon flew down the aisle. He crashed against Javier, sending them both sailing into the only remaining upright chairs. Ariana turned to Rita. "Go! Find security or any hotel employee." "You'll never find them!" Javier snorted and yanked free of Damon's hold. He flung a chair on Damon, then clambered over several others to get out of Damon's reach. "What are you talking about?" Rita looked at him like he'd just sprouted another head. An evil grin spread across his face. "I told them you were being held hostage by Grayson. When they were all in the room, I locked them in." That explained why nobody had been able to find any of the staff in the last few hours. "They believed that?" Rita exclaimed. "I can be very convincing." She lunged for him. Ariana grabbed her arm. "Run!" "No!" Rita wrenched free of her friend's grasp. "This doesn't stop until I put an end to it." She glared at Javier. "You and I will never be anything, no matter what you do. It won't happen. You need to get that through your thick skull." "Like I said, if I can't have you..." Rita bristled. No way could Ariana let Rita risk her baby, or herself. Ignoring her ankle, she lunged at Javier, throwing all of her weight into him as she plowed into his side. They both crashed to the ground. She landed on him, softening the blow. He elbowed her in the side and shoved her off. But before he could get clear, Damon leaped on top of him. He pulled Javier's arms behind him, then pinned him to the floor. "You aren't going to hurt anyone. It's over." "What now?" Rita exclaimed. "Go find the hotel employees. Get help if you need it. Ari and I will figure out what to do with him." Rita nodded and headed for the door. "You'll never keep me down!" Javier yelled, bloody spittle spraying from his lips. One of his teeth hung loose from the others. Damon turned to Ariana. "Look for a closet we can lock him into." "On it." She limped into the hallway, then opened every door she passed. Grayson raced her way. "Have you seen Rita?" "She's fine. Damon needs her help in the ceremony room." Ariana pointed in the direction. "Javier has gone all fatal attraction on Rita. He's the one who killed Mateo." Grayson's brows drew together, and his face reddened. "What? I'm going to make him wish he'd never been born." The next door Ariana opened was a utility closet. Grayson darted down the hallway. "Tell Damon I found a closet," she called. The night of terror was finally over. Chapter 32. A tree branch pushed against Ariana's shoulder. Again and again. "Ari," it said. She pushed back. "What do you want?" "Ariana." It nudged her harder. "Leave me alone. Wake up." Her eyes fluttered open. Damon lay on his side next to her, the blankets only covering his lower half. His arms and chest were nearly as bruised as his face. "We should get up, babe. The police are here, and they're definitely going to want our statements." She groaned. "Can't they get those later? I've barely gotten any sleep." "Actually, it's noon. We've gotten a whole 6 hours." Ariana bolted upright. "Noon? The wedding's going to start soon. We're running late." Damon rested a hand on hers and gave her a reassuring smile. "Rita and Grayson decided to start it later, remember? The ceremony room was destroyed. thanks to Javier. He rubbed one of the bruises on his chest. But the good news is it's sunny now. They were hoping to have it outside, and now it looks possible. Isn't the ground soaked? They have a platform they've already dried. Ariana tried to make sense of everything. She vaguely recalled the discussion with the bride and groom after they locked Javier in the utility closet and freed the hotel staff from a conference room blocked by a heavy cabinet. The night before felt as foggy as her dream about the talking branch. She yawned. When did the police get here? Does that mean my dad's finally back? I just noticed the flashing lights outside the window, but I haven't gotten up, so I don't know about your dad. I would assume he's with them. How else would they know to come? Ari rubbed her eyes. I hope they brought gallons of coffee. I need every last drop I can get. He gave her an adorable, crooked smile, then kissed her forehead. Even if they didn't, I'm sure we can find some caffeine somewhere. Let's get dressed. She fell back on her pillow and closed her eyes, every muscle aching. You sure they can't wait? We're the ones who fought Javier and locked him in a closet. We're going to be first on their list. He killed Mateo and threatened Rita. Pretty sure they'll be far more interested in talking to him than us. Damon gave her another kiss. I know you're tired. So am I. But we need to do this for Rita. If I knew being her maid of honor was so involved, I might not have been so eager. He chuckled and helped her out of bed. Pain pulsed through her ankle. Damon glanced down at her foot. We should have someone look at that. It's only twisted. I'll be fine. Try walking on it. She hesitated, but took a step. It wasn't as bad as the initial pressure, so she took another step, and then another. See? Like I said, it's fine. He didn't look convinced, but they got ready. Ariana offered to try using cover-up on his bruises, but he wanted the police to see what Javier had done to him. At least let me hide them for the wedding. Sounds like a plan. He threaded his fingers through hers, then they made their way down to the lobby. It was filled with police, questioning guests and staff alike. Ari hurried to her dad, then threw her arms around him. I was so worried about you. Me? I was worried about all of you. We couldn't get through the road because of all the fallen trees. The local officers had to call the fire department, but they were busy with other emergencies, so we had to wait. What did I miss? She filled him in without giving too many details. The police would want to know everything once they got to her, and she didn't feel like recounting everything multiple times. Damon came over, balancing 3 paper coffee cups, giving one to Ari and the other to her dad. She inhaled hers, not caring how hot it was. Looks like you got the brunt of it, Dad said, before sipping his drink. Tell me you got in a few punches, too. More than a few. Javier's definitely hurting. I tried to keep Ariana out of it, but you know her. That I do. My daughter can fight for herself, and I know better than to get in her path. She stopped drinking for a moment. Someone had to save the day. Damon choked on his coffee, then chuckled. Yeah, I'd have to say that's the truth. Sounds about right. Dad nodded at one of the uniformed officers. Let me introduce you two to Detective Singh. I got to know him over the course of the night, and I think you two will feel comfortable giving your statements to him. After introductions, Detective Singh and his partner spent the better part of an hour asking questions and taking notes. Ariana went through another 2 cups of coffee before they were done. Now her heart was racing, and her eyelids were heavy. Rita and Grayson made their way over. Rita threw her arms around Ari. "You two are heroes. We can't thank you enough." Ari squeezed her back. "I'm just glad you're okay." Damon patted Grayson's back. "Are you okay? 2 of your groomsmen are out and your best man is missing." Grayson took a deep breath, then shook his head. "Emerson's fine." "What happened to him?" "He and one of Rita's cousins locked themselves in a closet. I didn't ask for more details. I didn't want them. But the good news is all of the guests are accounted for. Nobody is missing anymore." "How are you feeling about Mateo and Javier?" "I can't think about either of them right now. It's my wedding day. The only thing that matters is my beautiful bride." Rita gave him a sad smile. "I still think we should find a way to honor Mateo at the ceremony." "It isn't the time." Grayson cleared his throat and blinked a few times. "I can't deal with that right now. We'll honor him at his memorial service." "If you're sure that's what you want." "Yes, it is." He turned back to Ariana and Damon. "We're going to have the ceremony at 4, behind the barn. The backdrop of the woods will be perfect for the pictures. We're going to run through the practice in about an hour, so I don't see Rita in her dress before she walks down the aisle." "We'll be there." Ari hugged Rita. "If there's anything we can do, just let us know." Rita gave her a genuinely grateful smile. "You two have already gone far and above anything we could have asked." "And we'd do it all again," Damon said. Ariana wrapped an arm around his waist. "We certainly would." Chapter 33. Bella leaned back and closed her eyes, allowing the warmth of the sun and the melody of the harp to soothe her frayed nerves. The music took an upbeat turn, and a hushed whisper ran through the small audience. She opened her eyes just in time to see Rita coming around the barn. Her oldest sister was gorgeous in her off-the-shoulder scoop-neck dress. The sequins glittered in the sunlight, but they paled in comparison to the bride's beaming grin. 2 seats over, her dad muttered. He wouldn't even be here if Mom hadn't insisted they come. In his mind, his oldest daughter was still married to her psychotic first husband. He believed in wives obeying their husbands no matter what. Apparently, even if they were repeat cheaters and serial killers. He was more than hot and bothered by the fact that his Margarita wasn't waiting for Boone while he served his life sentence, with no chance of parole. Complete insanity. Rita deserved to be happy. She'd put up with Dad for her entire childhood, and then Boone directly after that. Now she finally had someone who adored her. Grayson loved her almost as much as Bella did. Rita made her way down the aisle. She winked at Bella as she passed her row. Dad continued his grumbling. At least Rita didn't have to listen to him, though his expression spoke volumes. But it wasn't like Rita didn't know how he felt. Everyone in the family knew what he thought about everything. He was of the belief that everyone was entitled to his opinions, and he shared them liberally, regardless of whether anyone wanted to hear them. Grayson's entire face lit up when he took Rita's hands in his at the altar where he'd been waiting for her arrival. The whole scene was so beautiful. Bella could hardly stand it. The bride and groom were as gorgeous as could be, and so were the members of the wedding party. They were all beaming, full of joy for the happy couple. Emerson and Damon stood with one of Grayson's friends, who was standing in for Javier. Even though they were older and Bella wasn't quite out of college, she couldn't help wondering if either Emerson or the friend were single. Bella dug her phone from her purse and snapped a few pictures. Her mom nudged her so hard the phone nearly flew out of her hands. "What?" Mom gave her a knowing look. "Be respectful." "How is this disrespectful?" "Quiet," Dad snapped. Bella sighed and put her phone away. Hopefully Rita would share the professional pictures. Otherwise, those two would be the only ones she got of her sister's wedding. The entire ceremony went off without a hitch. Before she knew it, the officiant announced the kiss. Bella's heart hammered. This was always the best part of every wedding. Grayson kissed Rita with such sweet passion, Bella could only hope she would one day have someone who adored her as much. The crowd cheered and clapped. Then the new husband and wife promenaded together down the aisle. They couldn't possibly look happier. The rest of the wedding party followed them, then people from the audience. Bella couldn't wait to give a huge hug to her sister and her new brother-in-law. She stepped into the aisle. Fingers grasped her shoulder, pressing hard enough to bruise, yanking her to a stop. Throat dry, she turned to face her dad. Nobody else would grab her so roughly. His brows furrowed. "Where do you think you're going?" She swallowed. "To congratulate. Did I say you could run off ahead of your mother and me?" Her stomach dropped to the ground. "No." "No what?" "No, sir." "That's right. This is not a celebration, and you have more important matters to consider." Bella tried to hold her shaking hand still. "What's that?" "Your own marriage. I've picked out a husband for you. He's an even better choice than Boone was for Rita." Because setting the bar higher than a philandering serial killer would be difficult. "Don't you have anything to say?" Mom asked. "Who is he?" Dad tightened his grip on her shoulder. "I think what you meant to say was thank you." "Thank you." "Much better. We'll talk about this later. Just know that before the year is done, you'll be a wife too." Bella tried to stop the tears that threatened to burst like a dam. She needed to find a way out of the marriage, and she didn't have much time. This concludes Never Letting Go by Stacy Claflin. Narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2023 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.